we have clear references where Paramashiva says, the human body is capable of manifesting more than 463 powers. And these powers manifest inside you from the context that you are divine and you just need to manifest the divine through you. Not that you're a man and you need to reach the divine. Actually, that forms a fundamental difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. You might be aware of this word Siddhi, right? Especially if you are familiar with Sanatana Hindu Dharma, this word Siddhi is something that you might have heard many times. The difference, we actually manifest what the powers we manifest are called as Shaktis. The difference between these two are Shaktis manifest through you from the context that you are divine and you're just manifesting the divine. Actually, when you have high integrity with Guru, deep feeling connection with the Guru, he transfers his spiritual energy to us through the process of Diksha, initiation, the video just we saw. So through that process, he transfers his spiritual energy to us. And what starts manifesting because of that are called as Shaktis. On the other hand, Siddhis manifest through you in the path of enlightenment. When you are traveling towards enlightenment, what manifests through you are called as Siddhis. Shaktis are source of enlightenment, Siddhis are in the path of enlightenment. And Shaktis manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way, and they are permanent. Whereas Siddhis are temporary and they may distract you from enlightenment. So today we are going to be manifesting Shaktis. You are also going to be receiving this Diksha during the Parashakti Akashic reading, where Parashakti herself is going to transfer her spiritual energy to you. And towards the end of it, we are going to be having a power manifestation practice where all of us are going to be sitting together testing different powers. And right now, we are actually going to be showing you a small demonstration. What is this powers? We have been talking about powers. We are going to be demonstrating and showing it to you. Now, the source of these Shaktis is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And he is a source cause, self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha. And he sits in his Vyakta form, the manifest state, performing the Pancha Kritya with 25 heads, 75 eyes, and 50 hands. Now, Paramashiva himself has come down as a supreme pontiff of Hinduism to transfer these profound, extraordinary spiritual truths and sciences to the whole of humanity. Now, Paramashiva is continuously reviving these extraordinary sciences in his physical incarnation, Nija Avatara, as a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. And to those of you that are watching this now, each and every one of you are going to be receiving this extraordinary science directly from Paramashiva himself. Now, these extraordinary Shaktis from time immemorial have been passed down through the Guru Shishya Parampara, the Guru Shishya Sampradaya, or the master-disciple lineage. Now, this extraordinary sciences that Paramashiva has been transmitting to humanity time and again, in his physical incarnation as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Maha Sannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, Swamiji has been capsuling all of these greatest sciences to transmit that to the humanity. Now, how is this sacred sciences transmitted? Just as we all saw, the science of Diksha, where the ultimate truth, Jnana, is mapped into our individual consciousness, Prajna, manifests as possibility and power, Prajnana. Actually, by this energy transfer, by this Diksha that we receive, as we just saw, the Shaktis start manifesting through us. Now, actually, when we are talking about Shaktis, everything that we are talking about here are established scientifically. Swamiji actually, every science that Swamiji is teaching us, Swamiji does 4 levels of authentication. One is by Shastra Pramanas, the references, the scriptural, all the secret scriptures, the books of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Vedas and Agamas. And second is, so these scriptures actually shows how these sciences that we are learning are time-tested science. Second is the Apta Pramana, the references to the various Aptas' lives, where rishis, enlightened beings, yogis, and great Vedic scientists. And from their life, these evidences are taken and established so that we are able to understand these sciences are not just time-tested, but foolproof and have been practiced, manifested by so many people before us. And third is the Atma Pramana from Swamiji's own experience, so where it establishes how it is possible even for the modern day. Yes, it is time-tested, foolproof, and applicable to the modern day. And fourth is the Pratyaksha Pramana, where we actually have a reference from the empirical evidence collected from various scientific studies, and we establish all these sciences scientifically to whatever extent the modern day science is able to grasp. So, saying this, we are actually going to be entering into the first power manifestation, which is the manifestation of the power of third eye.
We will now be taking you all through the pramanas, the references that we were just explaining to you all about. So the first is a scriptural reference for the power of third eye. This is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. And the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra is one of the source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, directly delivered by Paramashiva to the humanity through Devi Parashakti. Now we will chant to you all the Shastra Pramana, which means the scriptural reference, the verse where the science of third eye is revealed. Kapalantarmanonyasya Krishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena manaso dadyat Lakshaye Lakshamuttamam. By fixing the mind on the inner space and sitting stably, without any movement and having the eyes closed. In succession, by that stability of the mind in inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the Lakshyam, the ultimate goal, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any place or object, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashivam.
The next is the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana is a reference from Mahabharata. There are many references. One of the references that we have collected is from the Mahabharata, where just before giving Vishwarupa Darshan to Arjuna, Krishna beautifully says, Nato mam shakyase drashtum anenaiva swachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshu pashyam me yogamaishwaram. But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. Therefore, the whole Vishwarupa Darshana chapter that we have in Bhagavad Gita today is whatever Arjuna described when he saw Krishna's cosmic form through his third eye. And this same science is also manifested, established the manifestation through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism just at his tender age of 12, where he experienced the 360-degree vision, where he saw above him, below him, around him, everything he was able to see at the same time. And he was all not just seeing, but Swamiji so beautifully puts it, that he was able to experience his presence in each and every one of it. He says how the skin of the rock in which he was sitting and the skin of his body both carried him equally. So it's a beautiful experience that Swamiji has shared. And just when listening that experience literally makes us the same. And through the power of these, entire humanity is having this super conscious breakthrough. We're having millions of people who are initiated into this Shakti, and we're also having continuously people who are manifesting these Shaktis. And today we are going to be having the Nithyananda yogis who are going to be coming and demonstrating this to us. So we welcome the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul who have come here.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So we have the Balasins with us, Nithyananda, Manitya Virajananda, and Manitya Kaladarananda.
And we also have Manitya Brahmayogananda, their Guru Behan, who's going to be here and who's going to be helping them with putting the IBANs, etc. Ma Brahmayoga Nithyanandam. Yes. So Manitya Brahmayogananda, today you have Ma Virajan, Ma Kaladaran, you're going to be supporting them and you're going to be showing us how they're going to be manifesting, right? Why don't you show us the IBANs that you have? what you're going to be putting on Ma Viraja and Ma Nithya Kaladarananda's eyes. All right. Yes. Could you just unmute and could you show it? Yes. So we all can see this eye band is completely made of opaque plastic in the front and which obstructs any kind of light passing through, and it has sponge behind which completely sits on the skin, blocking any kind of light can be passed on. Yes. Could you also show it to us? Yes. Could you also show it to us horizontally, ma? This way. Yes.
From the behind, ma. Downwards.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yes. So we can all notice that there is no gap in any of these corners. So now this eye band is what is going to be placed on both Manitya Virajananda's eyes and Manitya Kaladarananda's eyes. Thank you so much, ma. Could you now place this eye band on Manitya Virajananda?
Now, watching us, each of you are going to be commenting, posting, and the Balasans are going to be reading what you are commenting here on the chat. And please be ready. We already have Manitya Virajananda with her eyes tied. And next, we're getting Ma Kaladara. Meanwhile, we have Ma Tunglam, NG, and Ma Divyananda, and many others. Please go ahead and comment. Be ready to comment random words, different letters, complicated emojis, numbers, etc. And the Balasans
actually just to let all the viewers know, we are going to be having the Balasans for having their eyes tied. They are going to be reading your comments live. So please go ahead and start posting the comments. Yes, thank you, Manitya Brahmayogananda. Yes, Ma Kaladara and Ma Viraja, why don't both of you actually turn towards your right, towards your left, and up. All of you can see that the eye bands are completely tight. Now, you can post any question, actually you can post any emoji, number, word, etc. Okay, Ma Viraja and Ma Kaladara, why don't both of you start reading what are the comments that are coming in lately?
And we are also showing the live comments feed here on our YouTube screen. You all can see it, the live comments as it is coming through. We are projecting it here, and you all can see what the Balasans are reading, and you can verify it for yourself whether it's right or wrong. Yes, go ahead. Manitya Virajananda.
Yes. So the first comment is from Nithyananda. She has posted Nithyananda Guru hands and a red color hat, a namaste emoji, and again a red color hat. And
yes.
And NICKMIRACLE has posted a rainbow picture, which is half a quarter of a rainbow.
Yes,
beautiful.
Ma Virajananda, would you also be able to read us? There is Harita and there's Tunglam NG. You can read both of their two comments as well.
Chung Lam Neg has posted, Dev Parashakti, please bless me all my wishes. Harita BS has posted, will you tell me this my last life? Why two marriages? Lakshmi Pant is posted Nithyananda. Santosh Podar is posted Nithyananda.
Wow, beautiful. Yes, we request the viewers also, if any of you are here and if any of you want to experience the power of body scanning as well, you all can go ahead and request that in the comments also. Now we all saw the Balasans reading through third eye. They read out the comments. But actually, now we're going to do something more.
Acknowledge If you are able to see this, like how the Balasins are actually reading out the comments, you can actually acknowledge it. The comments, if that was right.
And now, Ma Brahma Yogananda, you can remove the I-bands from Manitya Virajananda and Manitya Kaladharananda. And we are going to be moving into the next power because we saw quick, fast-paced, but a very beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. Next is going to be a little bit more different. Now, with that eyes closed or eyes open, wherever we are, thousands of miles far away from you, not even knowing you, not even having seen you, just by connecting to Swamiji, just through the Diksha, the space of devotion and gratitude and oneness with Swamiji, we will be able to see any issues that you have. Not even having the need of seeing you physically, just by seeing, scanning you through the third eye, we will be able to identify the diseases and reveal to you what Swamiji is showing us in our third eye. So now we will chant the Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning. Again, this is also from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapir sukshma sukshmatarani cha tatvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyajyate para. Cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest,
Or of the whole cosmos simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in the source cause Paramashivam. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, the Parashakti, is revealed.
The Apta Pramana is an incident from the life of Agastya and his disciple, how they beautifully manifested these extraordinary powers. Where once, when a man who is suffering from an infection comes to Agastya and asks him to find the source, Agastya does the body scanning and identifies what the issue is in the person's body and he reveals it to them. After which, the person, he tells one of his disciples to remove the frog, a type of a frog, it's called terai, small frog sitting in the brain of that person. Using the body scanning, Agastya identifies this, and not just that, Agastya's disciple removes that frog by performing an open head surgery. Thousands of years ago, this happened. And immediately after which, the person was completely cured of the headache and the infection was healed and he was sent. Now, all these what we are hearing are not mere stories. Swamiji has given this as a direct experience to us. Swamiji himself manifesting it. Even when Swamiji had so many, when Swamiji fell from the horse and when Swamiji's body had a physical accident, at that point of time, Swamiji used the power of body scanning, diagnostic method to see where what needed to be fixed, and not just exhibited the extraordinary quality of being beyond pain. Swamiji also was able to identify where what problem was and tell that to the doctors. Today we have thousands of doctors, cardiologists, scientists, researchers. So many people are initiating to the power of body scanning and they are successfully manifesting this. So yes, there are many of you who are requesting for a body scanning. I can see Harita BS and we have Harita BS ma? Yes, we will do the body scanning for you. Sanjay Vekaria Ayya. Yes. So Ma Harita, Ma Nitya Tattva Priyananda will be scanning your body. Ma Harita BS. Ma Tattva Priyananda is going to be doing body scanning for you. Sanjay Vekaria Ayya. Ma Nitya Parama Priyananda is going to be doing the body scanning for you. Sanjay Vekaria Ayya.
Also, Santosh Podare, you said your daughter is born today. Congratulations, Ayya. Please do receive the blessings directly from Devi Parashakti. We are going to be having Parashakti's Akashic reading starting in just a few more hours, and you can receive blessings directly from her. You can put this comment once Devi Parashakti is live in giving us darshan. Once the curtain is open and we are able to have her darshan, please do put your comment at that time and receive her blessings. And yes, so now as Nithyananda was saying, so Ma Tattva Priya will be scanning Maharita BS. And Manitya Paramapriyananda is going to be scanning Sanjay Vekaria. Anyone else So we are having Santosh
And
Podar also,
yes,
who has requested
Manitya
body scanning.
Brahmayogananda is going to be doing a body scanning for Santosh Podar Ayya. Manitya Brahmayogananda, you can scan Santosh Podar Ayya's body. And all the viewers who are watching this, please understand, we have 3 viewers, and I request Santosh Podar Ayya, Harita BS, and Sanjay Vekaria Ayya, all 3 of you, please stay tuned in the comment section continuously, right? You are going to be experiencing the Balasan scanning you, and you will experience Swamiji's energy just manifesting and healing you throughout. So please understand, to all the other viewers who are watching this, we have 3 viewers. We have no idea who they are, where they are from, but we just know that there are 3 viewers, Santosh Podar Ayya and Sanjay Vekaria Ayya, and we have Harita BS. Now the Balasans sitting in Adi Kailash, they are going to be scanning the people thousands of miles away, even without seeing them, just by connecting to Swamiji. We can identify if they have as smallest problem as whether they have a small headache or small stomach issue, or even as complicated as something with as serious as diabetes, or something as serious as blood pressure, or any other complicated illnesses as well. So all the viewers are going to be live witnessing this great power of body scanning now. Yes. And Santosh Podaraya, definitely do receive Devi's blessings. It's such an auspicious happening for your daughter to be born just as Devi Parashakti is manifesting. So, all right. So to everyone that are here, we are now, the Balasans are going to be sharing whatever they saw, they scanned. And Ma Harita, Santosh Podaraya, and Sanjay Vekaria, please do stay tuned in the comment section and acknowledge to us as soon as we share it with you.
Yes. So Ma Harita PS, this is Ma Nithyananda Priyananda, and I'm going to be sharing with you what was revealed in my third eye. So I saw, Ma, one thing is you are having excess weight in your body, especially in the chin area, lower stomach, and in your arms, and your whole body weight is more. And you have, if you observe, you have 4 hair, like longer hairs in your chin, and you will be having a lot of discomfort happening in your left lower abdomen, actually in the more where the ovaries are there. I saw that you have the PCOD, polycystic ovary disorder. You're having that. And I also saw that you are having a lot of, actually your whole issue is there's so much of low confidence inside you, which is actually in a very strong sense, like not something simple, but in a very continuous way, it's completely life negative. If you see, you have continuous hatred on yourself, you keep putting that on yourself, you keep putting yourself low, the confidence is low, which is manifesting more and more as in your body as excess weight, as you also have a vision problem, which is why you use specs, if you see. And you also have the hair started thinning, like the hair fall is more and the hair is starting to thin, and you have curly hair. So these are the things that were revealed in my third eye. And one specific thing, if this continues, actually a lot of toxins is there in your body, and the main issue is the whole confidence, the idea that you carry about yourself is extremely low, which is actually manifesting as you having anger and hatred towards people. You like literally are having, usually you don't have the relationships lasting much, if you observe. Either you have to be a victim, or you have to be feeling something low, but you will never be able to have a complete relationship with anyone. This is because, again, everything is rooted in that inner image that you have, and the whole body problems that you're experiencing, including the breathlessness that you experience multiple times in the day, like where suddenly you feel like short of breath. All these are just related to that idea that you're carrying about yourself, which is rooted in an incompletion that you have with your mother. And this has happened at a very young age, the age of 4. So this is all I was able to see. And if you experience the completion with your mother, you will have complete completion with your body and you will start getting healed. And you need to do a lot of detox in your body, because only when the detox happens, your cognitions, your thinking will become clearer. And you will also see more. If you are able to just sit and just watch the darshan of Parashakti, we are going to be having the darshan and Akashic reading that is going to be happening. And you will also see that you are able to you will also see one more thing that you will see is, only when you have this completion that happens with your mother, you will see whatever is happening in your life is, you will start having gratitude towards it. Right now you're stuck in that part where you feel like, if like anything that you want will never happen, and there's whole low inner image that you keep on cherishing inside you. So this is what is actually that, as like this is what was revealed in my third. So
Yes,
you can
Ma
acknowledge.
Harita, yes, Ma Harita, please to get back to us for the whole of the scanning. Ma, now that Mother Prepare shared more, please to get back to us. We can already see your comment. Please to get back to us on the whole sharing. You're saying yes, you're able to relate to the curly hair, and relationship doesn't last long from birth itself. How to change? And you have put 10% correct.
I
And
request you to listen to the whole thing. You put each point, and then you can see, you will be able to see how much matches for you, ma.
yes,
And also one other thing that came to my third eye was, Harita is not your original name. So this is not your original identity. So this is also another thing that was revealed to me in my third eye. So you can acknowledge each of these one by one, and you can acknowledge it here.
yes. And also, yes, Manitya Brahma Yogananda, you can go ahead, Ma, next, and you can share what you saw for Santosh Podaraya.
Yes, so I did the body scanning for Santosh Podar, and Santosh Podar, what Paramashiva revealed to me is that like you always sit with your back bent, and because of that, the whole muscle area in your shoulders and your arms is the whole thing pulls for you. Like whether even though you don't do anything, it pulls, and when you do something, it pulls even more. So Paramashiva revealed that this is happening only because you are sitting with your back bent. So you should start sitting with your back straight. And he also showed, like not as a solution for this, but he just showed that for you to get better health and everything, you should eat a lot of tulsi every day. And other than this, you don't have any other problem.
All right. So Santosh Podar Aya, yes, Aya has put I am listening. So yes, Aya, you can get back to us. Yes, all right. That is beautiful. And Santosh Podar Aya, please you get back to us. Yes, Manitya Paramapriyananda. You can go ahead, Ma.
Yes, ma'am, again. I was doing a body scanning as requested by Sanjay Vekaria. The minute I had closed my eyes, Paramashiva revealed that it is very easy for Aya to actually get the Kundalini awakening. It is just a matter of intention, and also if he is able to align to more of what Swami is saying in terms of what he has to intake during the day, that is, for example, castor oil, haritaki, and things like that. If he takes more of them, his body is actually ready. His body is perfectly ready to actually experience the Kundalini Shakti. The more he sits in oneness with Swamiji, the more easy it is for him to manifest these powers actually. It's a very rare scanning that has happened till now, where the body is literally on the verge, and it is on the verge of enlightenment. It's a beautiful space for Aya to actually start manifesting these powers and connect more and more to Swamiji. This is what the third eye is revealed.
All right, Sanjay Vikari Aya, please you get back. Actually, Santosh Podar Aya has put thanks, Ma. Aya, could you also just acknowledge to us if you're able to relate to what Ma Brahma Yogananda said, and how much of it you were able to relate to and connect, and if you heard, and if the scanning has reached you. And yes, we have so many others who are responding for the scanning and requesting.
Actually, just wanted to tell all of you, we are having this program every day starting sharp at 2 a.m. Indian Standard Time. So anybody who has this body scanning request, please do log in around 2:15 a.m. IST. We are starting this power manifestation demonstration for all of you. So you all can come whoever comes first and puts their comments first, we are starting to attend with them. So thank you so much for all of your participation. Thank you so much, Manitya Brahma Yogananda, Manitya Paramapriyananda, and other two Bharatans also. And now with this, we are going to move into the next segment after a short break.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam. Welcome back, dear viewers. I hope all of you enjoyed the beautiful demonstration of extraordinary powers by the initiated disciples, the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul, and in consciousness, who is Devi Parashakti and the divine feminine consciousness. The Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti from Lalita Sahasranama. Sindhuraruna Vigraham Trinayanam Manikya Maulim Spurastanam Nayaka Shekaram Smita Mukhim Apina Vakshoruham Panibhyam Manipurna Ratna Chashakam Raktotpalam Vibhratim Saumyam Ratna Gatastha Rakta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in the vermilion red body with a triple eyes sport bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead and the other twirling a red lotus. So Lalita Sahasranama beautifully describes the divine form of Devi Parashakti. The next shloka, the continuation of the Dhyana shloka in the Lalita Sahasranama, it says, Aruna Karuna Tarangita Kika Rahamityeva Vibhavaye Bhavani I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the noose and the gourd and the bow and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima forest, and she is the self within me. As we are reading the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, when you just read, she is meditating on the great Empress. She is red in color, her eyes full of compassion. You just, without you even consciously doing, it's just the full picture, the visualization of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Devi Parashakti fills our inner space. The one who holds the noose. We can see Devi Parashakti manifesting in the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, having a noose, a bow, a flowery arrow, and she's surrounded on all sides by the powers. As you read the Dhyana Shloka, you can just visualize Devi Parashakti manifesting through the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, just filling our entire being, her beautiful form. So Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. The source where the Big Bang and the black hole goes on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Now let us hear what Devi Parashakti has revealed about herself in the Akashic readings on the 12th of May 2021. She says, rising as Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and the Agamas, blossomed as Hrinkara, filled as Shodasi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa, Sri Pura Chintamani Parashodasi, sitting as a part of Paramashiva, Parashakti, who rules the world, Paramashakti Manonmani Meenakshi as Nithyananda. I took the Nijavatara here to give boon to everyone, to bestow all the goodness, Hiranya Garbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayovana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda. I came here as a Nijavatara with great compassion. I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came as the Nijavatara. On the 30th of April 2021, Devi Parashakti further revealed about herself, rising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, manifesting as the source of existence, the powers of existence, the expression of existence, from the oneness of Omkara, Om, blossoming into the two as from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanding as the 8 directions, existing as the Navagrahas, the 9 planets, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, the sense organs, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life, to tell and make the truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. In the next segment, we want to share with you how to best receive Devi Parashakti. when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the further satsangs just a week back or so expanded on the philosophy and the science of the Akashic readings. When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was revealing about the Devi Parashakti, the Akashic reading and the darshan, the Supreme Pontiff revealed literally, when you are seeing the darshan of Devi Parashakti, literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that very moment. She is there in your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. Keeping the 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. The coin is considered as a traditional dakshina. In the Hindu tradition, it can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be 1 paise. In US, it can be 1 cent. It is not that the Supreme Pontiff is trying to monetize through this. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. Okay, so how do we receive Devi Parashakti? Offer that to Devi. After the darshan is over, do the namaskar and eat the banana. So have a traditional betel leaf, betel nut, banana and some small dakshina, some offering. And take it as a prasadam immediately. And collect the coins over a period of a few weeks or a few months. Collect the coins and send it to the Los Angeles temple. The betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she's there. You will not take Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So here you can see what all you need to offer. Just a tambulam means it will have a betel leaf. At least you never keep it in singular. You always keep as either even number, never odd numbers. So always keep 2 betel leaf like that, 4 betel leaf like that. So keep a bunch betel leaf, betel nut, banana, at least 2 banana. We never keep anything in odd numbers. So always keep 2 banana, 2 betel leaf, 2 betel nut and some coin. It can be 20 paise coin, 50 paise coin, $1 coin, $quarter, whatever is available. So you can offer that. So the picture is shown on the screen. So even now you can prepare and have it ready. So when the screen opens, you can offer it as a traditional offering to Devi. So now the next part of today's program, we are going to share with you, we are going to invite some of the devotees who have had amazing experiences with Devi Parashakti and how they have experienced the miracles happening in their life after the darshan of Devi Parashakti and after they have received the personal blessings after a short break.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back, dear viewers. Today, we have many devotees who have joined us from various parts of the world, excited to share their experience of Devi Parashakti, how the blessings of Devi Parashakti has manifested so beautifully in their lives, and the changes, the miracles that they are experiencing after the darshan and the blessings of Devi Parashakti. So joining us first today is Ma Nithyananda Prema from Norway, joining us live to share her experience of Devi Parashakti's Akashic readings. Nithyananda Mahatma Prema.
Nithyananda Ma, thank you for having me again to share.
Just a moment, I'm not able to hear you. Yes, Ma, can you speak now?
Yes, Ma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly now. Yes,
okay.
Please go ahead. And I know you were there on Nithyananda TV 2 days back when Devi Parashakti, gave your Akashic reading for the very first time, and now you're back again. So thank you so much for joining us back. And please go ahead and share how Devi Parashakti has been revealing and manifesting in you after the Akashic readings.
Yes, Ma. I'd like to begin just by reading what was said. So when I had asked Devi Parashakti for guidance and oneness and completeness, to be in completeness, the message I got was far beyond what I would have expected. And the message was this: listen well to what is being told, daughter. You are one of the beings who came down from KAILASA to be a co-captain and serve the world to protect it from the terrible corona. You forgot the purpose of coming and diverted into another life. Such beings as you who came from KAILASA are also the reasons for this terrible pralaya. Forgetting the divine seva you need to do and leaving the work you are meant to do, you are doing some other work. Like you and other such beings who came from KAILASA have become the reason for this great drama. For 3 days, think about what I told. I will make you realize it in your dream, waking state, and consciousness. I will show you the truth. Once you see it, I will give Prayashchitta. Go and come, O virtuous one. So, Ma, what I wanted to share today, which is slightly different from the day I shared right after the Akashic reading, was because still at that time it was so overwhelming. Just 2 hours later to share after such a revelation. And like I mentioned, that the words resonated so deeply with me. And just to give context and going to some history, I was given my spiritual name, Ma Nithyananda Prema, in 2004, which was, when you're given the spiritual name, it signifies the purpose with which you took this birth in this lifetime. And those few years after that, life was just spent blissfully. Things manifested so beautifully. Everything was just this beautiful divine unfolding, and you could witness this and see it happening. And there was a lot of pressure from family and outside. And in 2010, the perceived pressure to live a certain kind of lifestyle that was away from this inner world lifestyle. And so the pressure to, succeed in the outer world was very strong. And I kind of distanced myself from the entire, from Swamiji and the Sangha to pursue this perceived success in the outer world. And I thought that maybe I should have a, good job, have good steady income, get married, have a child. Maybe these things that would be successful in the outer world would somehow bring me some sort of happiness. And I realized in the 10 years that passed after that, and all the things that I achieved was great as per the outer world and societal norms. But there was something deeply missing, a fulfillment that I was trying to find through these different avenues in the outer world. And a restlessness remained. And I didn't know what it was. I thought I would take up a different project, thinking I hadn't found my purpose. But deep inside, there was that restlessness, thinking I'm meant to do something much bigger. But I didn't know what at that time, because I'd moved so far away from what my purpose was. So when Devi Parashakti revealed what she revealed, it was immediately like a hit in my gut, just that this is what I always knew, but I strayed so far away from that truth. And I would have several, the dreams that I had in those 10 years, where I was being called back and was being given these messages to return, and reminded that my life's purpose was something else, and not paying heed to it, ignoring it, and continuing this life that I had chosen to lead, and just realizing that this is not bringing me fulfillment. So in 2017, I had a dream of the banyan tree in Adi Kailash, and I knew somehow that I had to finally pay attention to this call. And in 2020, I got the opportunity to visit Adi Kailash, and again, beyond logical reasoning, how that unfolded and what brought us and my family to Adi Kailash was also very divine. That's the only explanation I have for that. We walked in, and it was almost like those 10 years that I had disconnected almost just melted away. And it was like coming home, stepping back home. And although the physical surroundings had changed from what I had remembered it 10 years ago, the essence of what was there, or what was still there, was so strong and vibrant. It was such a pull. It felt like I was transported to a different space and time. And from there, from January 2020, which was just about the beginning of the Pralaya, how we were just pulled back and the healing began. 10 years of all that had happened, and how far we had moved away, just started realigning itself. And I just realized just how beautifully during the Pralaya, we were protected, guided. The blessings, there were so many blessings in this past year and a half. That is too many to count and relate now within this time, but maybe in another sharing I will. But just to show that no matter how far you may think you've moved away, the umbilical cord with the Guru remains so strong, and the compassion with which you're allowed to go and do what you need to do, but also never being let go of. And although I thought I had moved away, that hand was constantly there. And if I look back on those 10 years, the support, the guidance, times when it was really tough, were always guided and protected somehow, and we were just taken through it. Now I realized your true life's purpose is actually, at least from my true life's purpose, I realized is at the Guru's feet, and to realign myself with that purpose. And that is the reason why, with the Guru's grace, just being drawn back into that, and the compassion and the love, despite everything, and never leaving the disciple, and showing us constantly that, giving us the opportunity to realign ourselves and come back to what the truth is and dharmic way of living. So I just wanted to share that, Ma, and how blessed and grateful I feel. And even this with Devi Parashakti's Akashic reading, just a reaffirmation of where I am and what I'm meant to be doing as my purpose in life, and the responsibility that we each hold towards this greater existence and this pralaya, and how we can contribute to helping heal humanity. That's what I wanted to share, Ma.
So beautifully shared, Mahaprema. And literally, I can say, hearing from you the experience that you've had with Supreme Court of Hinduism since the year 2004, and how, Devi Parashakti just awakens us to the real true purpose of our life. You had asked something, and the answer that came was completely something that your being needed to hear. And when this, what I would call a wake-up call answer, came from Devi Parashakti, and it's been revealing itself in you more and more and more, how does it feel, Mahaprema?
It's overwhelming in a beautiful way. And just sitting and letting the words soak in these past couple of days has been emotional, but a blessing, and so many things all rolled into one. Just understanding that taking birth at this time to be doing this work is the most important thing, and to have that opportunity and to be able to offer some sort of a seva in this way is one of the greatest blessings I believe that one can have in this human life. It's something beyond, I think, anything you can cognize just in that moment, but it sinks in day by day, and more has been revealed to me as the days and hours actually have gone by. Just what it means, the magnitude of such a blessing.
Wow. Actually, Ma, you're sharing, which is very touching to the heart. And, how much ever we may move away, that spiritual umbilical cord connection with the Guru always pulls us back. He always brings us back, makes us realize the true purpose of our life. And what you shared today, Mahaprema, really made me, just remember this beautiful verse from Guru Ashtakam by Adi Shankaracharya. He says, Shariram Surupam Yathathava Kalatram Yashascharu Chitram Dhanam Meru Tulyam Manaschena Lagnam Gurorangti Padme Tatakim 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 Tatakim. He says, you may have a beautiful body, a wonderful spouse, and a wealth like a mountain, and your name and fame can be far and wide, and you may have beautiful relatives, you may have everything, but when your mind is not fixed on the lotus feet of the Guru, what is the use of all that? And you were saying, like, whatever the outer world may call as a very good life, a family, a child, and and what the world would call as a successful life, but only that being knows the real true purpose of our life, and the fact that just moving away from being part of the Guru's mission, which is the true purpose of your life. When that happened, it was a deep unfulfillment, and that deep unfulfillment was what Devi Parashakti so beautifully addressed in the Akashic reading. So beautiful to hear, Mahaprema, just to come and share so openly, just for the sake of the benefit of the humanity, because so many of us who may be watching this may have had those same revelations. And I can tell, like you said, you had dreams, you had wake-up calls, you had banyan tree come in your dreams, you had so many things that actually came up. And and various signs that the Guru keeps giving us at every opportunity, trying to realign us back to the true purpose of life. And ultimately, Devi Parashakti, an embodiment of compassion, reawakens us and gives us a strong experience so we can wake up and realign ourselves to the true purpose of your life. And I'm so glad, Mahatma Prema, that wake-up call has happened and you're here sharing that, yes, I have woken up to the wake-up call. That's what matters. And a few days back, Swamiji said in the satsang, whatever may be Devi's answer, right? It is just her ultimate true compassion to all of us. And for the very first time, actually, Prema, when I heard Devi's answer, she said, it's a co-captain, of the ship, and you came here to protect the world from Pralaya, and that was the true purpose of your life. And for the first time, Devi has actually used that word for someone, saying that, you were meant to be a co-captain in the ship. And for the first time, I have heard Devi Parashakti use that particular phrase for you. So I know you have a great role. So welcome back, Mahatma Prema. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your experience so beautifully. And let's enjoy the journey with the avatar. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for this opportunity, Nithyananda.
Next, we have joining us Kamalesh Ulagan from Malaysia, who has a very beautiful experience as well. So without further ado, let's invite Kamalesh from Malaysia, who's here to share her experience. Nithyananda, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's pretty early in Malaysia, and you're here coming live to share your experience with Devi Parashakti and with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So can you please go ahead and share what is it that you're here to share with all our viewers today?
Nithyananda, everyone. My experience is actually about my connection with Swamiji. More so, I would call him as Appa, right? For me, he's my mother and he's also my father, because I have Meenakshi in my house, Devi Meenakshi. And my experience with him actually goes way back in 2013, when I attended the first IA. Towards the end of the IA, my daughter Shivani Kridaran fell ill. And me being someone who's not a guru-based person, I didn't know who Swamiji was before that. But we just enriching by our Mahan, Ma Nageshwarananda, I decided to come and explore, right? And of course, I heard about Swamiji way back in 2010 when my late husband was around, but that time I was not connected. So when I came to IA in 2013, and towards the end of the program, my daughter fell ill, I just went up to him and I told him, I don't know who you are, but you brought me. And upon coming, I knew who or how I was connected to you. It's because of Devi Meenakshi. And my Kuladevam is Kala Bhairava, which is this one. And I said, I've lost my husband, right? And so I'm a widow. I have only one daughter. I brought her here. I'm not going to go back home with her being sick. It is you going to heal her. All he said is, I will heal her, surrender her to me. I will take care. At that point of time, I decided the next time I'm going to bring back my daughter to see him, I will bring a piece of jewel. In my mind, I knew which jewel that I am going to give it to him. Because we used to have Shivalinga in the house, and any piece of jewel that me or my late husband buys, the first person who's going to wear it is always my Meenakshi. So in that context, in 2001, after our marriage, when we went to India, we found this piece of jewel. It's a temple jewel. Gandasaram, right? It's a Gandasaram. So we bought it, and it's always been worn by my Shivalinga. And my late husband, being an architect, he redesigned it, took out the Rudraja and put it in jade, emerald, and ruby. So separated into two pieces and all that. So in 2015, when I had the opportunity to bring back my daughter to see Swamiji, and we attended Nithyananda home, the experience was so miracle. A day before our trip, a strong voice just hit me. Hey, you have not brought my jewel yet. I immediately remembered what I supposed to take. I went to my safe. I actually brought out the jewel and I took it to Phuket. I think around the third or the fifth day, I didn't know what was the value of the jewel. I just went and gave it to him. You know, when you go to temple, you always take a gift, right? So in the same context, I took a piece of jewel that I promised to myself, I will give it to him. So when I gave it to him, least I expected the value behind the jewel until he revealed that it belongs to the temple itself, right? I was really shocked with that revelation, right? But the feeling that I got when I gave it to him, the first thing he said, why don't you wear it for me? I was shivering when I had to put it on for him. And when I fell at his feet and asked for blessing, I remember he said something openly. I've done so much of punya to bring back something that is so precious. And whenever he wears it, the punya will come. So whenever I see Swamiji, or even now, lately I've been seeing Devi Parashakti is wearing it, I am super, super excited. I get so excited, I feel that he is just with me, right? And coming back to that experience, I'm an HR manager with essential services. The last 1.5 years, we have been in a lockdown situation. And being a head of human resource, I have to make sure I get a permit to run my business. The business continuity license during this period of time. The same thing happened last year when we first started lockdown, when we started the Paramashivoham program. I refused to sign up for the program because my work was a killer at that point of time. I just surrendered to him. Please make sure I get my approval to run the business. I was one of the very first company in Malaysia that got the license where I could operate the business. And I was able to sustain all our workers without retrenching any one of them. And the same thing happened now. We have gone back to a lockdown period again. And our permit, everything was revoked by the government. And I had 24 hours to get the permit up back again. This thing happened on the Sunday. The announcement came out on the 30th. And I had 31st only to get the approval. Monday, first I have to make sure I have my approval. I have my workers' travel letter. I did my Pada Puja and I told him, I said, I don't know how you're going to make it happen. I know you're going to make it happen. I need to have the approval. With one reason, I need to make sure that I pay salary for all the workers. It's not so much for me. It's for all the people. I do not want any of my workers to be affected. After I done the puja, Devi Parashakti came in the morning itself, right? I was in a meeting, immense meeting, and suddenly when I turned, I couldn't connect through two-way because I was also doing meeting. When I connected through the TV, right? I saw Devi was wearing the jewel. I immediately texted one of our Sangha member, Ma Bhavani, hey, is that what she's wearing? And she said, yeah, And immediately texted.
Kamaleshma, we have a picture of the jewel that you gave to our beloved Swamiji. Here you can see projected on the screen. The green jewelry that is on Swamiji's jeta with the kandi on the center, that's the jewelry Ma Kamalesh had the biggest blessing to offer it to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And that was the exact same jewelry Devi Parashakti was also wearing just a few days back. Yes, Ma Kamaleshma, go ahead. Yes, you can now see it on Swamiji. Yes.
So, I actually wrote to Swamiji. I said, Appa, I'm feeling so happy when I see you wearing it. And I know it's a form of you giving me an answer that you're going to be with me in making sure that I manifest what I want. Trust me, Ma, before the evening puja, I got my approval. I was one of the first company who managed to get the approval. My tears just fell. I didn't know how to express it. and I immediately wrote back to him. I said, thank you so much. I actually got the approval. Now I feel so happy because I'm able to feed 1,000 of our workers, in this pandemic situation when everybody are struggling, right?
Yes.
And recently, during my appraisal with my bosses, I actually revealed this truth to them. My bosses knew that I'm a very strongly connected and all that, right? I actually told my bosses, in the last 1.5 years, I actually used whatever teaching that Swamiji has taught me, dropping everything at his feet to make sure that everything runs smoothly. We have been operating for the past 31 years in Malaysia, Baskin Robbins, Malaysia. And last year was the very first year where we have actually transformed our profitability.
Wow.
Yes, it was so good. And it's all possible because of it. That's from my own holding that spirituality with me.
Wow.
That's
Beautiful.
what I wanted to share.
At a time when the whole world is shutting down and everywhere there is an economic shutdown and businesses are closing and people are getting fired and businesses are shrinking and they are rarely and hardly able to sustain their business. Here in 31 years of your company, last year was the first time they were actually had a huge shift in the profitability. That is wonderful.
Yes, ma. It is, yeah. It was really a good year.
Wow, it was a very good year for you in the business, and all you did was offer a beautiful jewel, and which made it to the very Jadas and of Paramashiva and the very Anga Avarana of Devi Parashakti. What a blessing, ma. And when you see the jewel that you offered to Swamiji being accepted and making it on the Trimedi, the physical embodied form of Devi Parashakti, how do you feel, ma?
Super excited. Super, no words could describe how I feel. It's like she's there in my house. I have a Meenakshi in my house. I feel it's just she's there to tell me, don't worry, I'm there to take care of everything, right? And in fact, I know during the Arulva, everybody been writing and asking for blessing. Deep down, I was feeling, how come you're not reading my question? But then I told myself, I remember there was one Swamiji said, I may not read, I may not answer, but I will show it in my action. And I think that's what exactly has happened. And I see that transformation even in my daughter, Shivani Kridaran, the way she has flowered, so beautiful, right? It's really, really very nice feelings when I see Appa or Amma wearing it, yeah.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
How after Swamiji's blessings, so many things started happening in your life, and you were actually talking about how Devi Parashakti, you were just praying to Devi Parashakti to receive the blessings, and Swamiji had said, whether Devi answers it or not, I will be answering your question, and you have seen that manifesting in your life. Sorry, ma, please go ahead. Extremely sorry for the technical glitch. Please go ahead.
No problem, ma. Yes, definitely, ma. Swamiji, Amma does not need to read our questions or whatsoever. By you just writing it and dropping it at her feet, she actually reads, she just manifests. So it's just oneness. And that's exactly what I am feeling. Whatever that I've wrote to her, whatever that I'm asking, it will materialize just in a matter of time. Right?
Beautiful, ma. Wonderful. Thank you so much for coming and sharing today, and inspiring and enriching all the viewers who are sitting online. How Swamiji takes care of us every single moment, and it is a jewel that you offered way back, maybe in the year 2012, ma. When was exactly that year in which you offered the jewel?
2015, Nithyananda Home, December, ma.
Yes. December 2015 in Nithyananda Home, you offered the jewel, and now it is 2021, 7 years later, still just being blessed. Every time Devi wears it, you feel so much of fulfillment and constantly feeling that showering of blessing. Some intimate personal thing. When you see the jewel that you offer, on the divine embodied form, the physical embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff, it does bring so much of, an intimate feeling. Swamiji is wearing what I offered, and that beautiful intimate feeling, that brings so much of fulfillment in us. Thank you so much for coming and sharing today, Ma KAILASA.
Thank you so much, ma. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. So next we have, joining us for sharing, we have our Sarvanya Pita Karta, Shrikant Iyer from California, joining us today to share his experience. Nithyananda Maya.
Nithyananda Ma.
Nithyananda Maya, thank you so much for joining us live from California, USA. And please go ahead and share. What is it that you would like to share with our viewers today?
Once you start talking about Swamiji, there's no end to it. Once you have experienced the grace, there is just so much that happens continuously. And so it's very hard to figure out where to start and where to end. So, I don't know. People have talked about many different things. So is there any
beautifully, Aya. So recently, Swamiji announced about the COVID care. That how in India it is important for us to have staying in a place where we have multi-layer quarantine, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through KAILASA is rushing the aid to India at the time when literally India is dying, the media is completely lying, and we see hundreds of thousands of deaths happening and being reported from everywhere. Whatever numbers we see in the media are completely false and completely underrated. And in this critical time, it is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism going and rushing through Kailasa, the way to India from the very country where he was exiled and currently living in exile and not completely abused of all human rights, rights that he deserves as a human being and more importantly as a Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. But at that time, when India needs the most, it is the Supreme Pontiff rushing the way to India and opening up literally every monastery, every temple. What is it that you would like to say, when we about this, Aya?
Yes, ma'am. So I remember a few years ago, Swamiji in a satsang said that he's neither a communist nor a capitalist, but he is a responsible. He stands for responsibilism, and this is what he displays in action over and over and over again. So while the governments may intend their best to deal with the COVID situation, Swamiji is the one who's actually acting and doing everything he can. And so he had 12 years ago, he had installed the Navapashana Linga in Adi Kailasa. And he has said that anyone who goes there and drinks from the Navapashana, all of the Abhishekam water that has been offered to Navapashana, they will be saved from COVID. And this was during one of the Parashakti darshans. And what I feel is Swamiji has created all of these things, which, whether he is there physically in India or not, benefits whoever is there remaining in India. And so I think especially during the COVID situation, he had prepared the disciples even before COVID was in the mainstream media or in the mainstream news or had affected people's lives. We knew what was coming to us, and mentally we were all very prepared, the disciples. But now he's reaching beyond disciples. He's saying he's opening up the ashrams, for example, Adi Kailasa, to anybody who wants to get this multi-level quarantine protection from COVID. And he's also predicted the third wave of COVID that is going to hit India. I don't think there's anyone who has anyone in the world who's better prepared for this kind of a situation than a disciple of Nithyananda, Paramahamsa Nithyananda. But at the same time, this is a great benefit for humanity on how to navigate through this situation. A lot of people are very confused about what is happening in the world. Why are we in this situation? How are we going to get out of this? And then last time I talked about the pandemic fatigue, at which point people just give up saying, I don't care whether I get corona or not, I'm going out there. I cannot be cooped up. Yeah. And so protecting yourself from these situations is very, very, very important, because you might be making a short-term decision which might affect you in the long term. And the way COVID, especially in the second wave in India, and Ma, you probably know, your Purvashram father was affected. So the way it is affecting is it's not sparing anyone. It's Swamiji used a word. It's like Kiri Bhojanam, right? Or Kirmi Bhojanam.
Yes.
Yeah. And so the whole air itself is poisoned. And so the only way to survive is, if you are in that location, is to go to one of these adinams and shelter yourself. Yeah. So I think Swamiji is doing everything he can from his side. People who listen to him will do well. People who don't listen to him may not, but I'm not sure what it is. It could be each person's karma. But this is just my hypothesis that allows you to whether listen to him or not listen to him, trust him or not trust him.
And as you very beautifully said, Aya, that how much the responsibilism that the Supreme Pontiff is taking towards humanity, and especially the people of the Bharata Desha, and the importance in not just reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma, not just keeping a seed bank of Sanatana Hindu Dharma in Kailasa and protecting it and reviving it, in spite of so many attempts to assassinate him, and the very monastery which Swamiji is opening up to public, he was locked inside his own quarters, and that whole quarters was burnt, and it was live telecasted on the national television channel. And the atrocities that have been meted out to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism cannot even be spoken in words. It's literally the heart bleeds when you just remember what was done to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in India. And today, Swamiji is doing everything that he can do to protect that same country and the citizens of that same country. And how does it make you feel?
It just like you just melt at the way he flows, and even it's almost there are 50 assassination attempts on Swamiji, and he just brushes it off as if those are nothing. And he continues to flow. So a normal, regular human being, if one such incident happens with them, they are scarred for life. They will do whatever is there might be some reason, whatever the reason is that there was an assassination attempt. Maybe the perpetrators wanted him to move away and not save Hinduism, or the perpetrators, whatever the reason was. If it had happened to a normal human being, let's say a businessman, he's running his business and some people try to attempt an assassination on him, he will give up his business, run away, and do whatever others are willing to tell to save their life, right? He's not going to continue to fulfill his duties and responsibilities and the purpose despite of so much opposition. And that is, I think, the DNA of Cosmos. It is the grace and the responsibilism, which is that I think he had mentioned that is the DNA of the Cosmos, and he will flow no matter how humans treat him. And that continues to happen over and over and over. 2010, there was assassination attempts. The entire Adhinam then was taken away. He was put in illegal imprisonment for 53 days. Still, he comes out and starts sharing, the new sciences that he has picked up. He's updating himself constantly, even in jail, so that he can come and share these, new sciences with all of his devotees and disciples. There is not a shred of, one, fear or guilt. Of course, all of those won't be there. But there's also not nothing can take him away from, the course he has set, which is to help humanity. So
Absolutely.
I think at one point, I think he was talking in IA. This was during those days when people could meet him physically and have his physical darshan. In one of the satsangs, he was talking, and he was saying that I am here to take care of you right from birth through whatever age you are, and even after death. So anyone who has had an initiation, I just feel grateful that at some point I got to meet Swamiji and got initiated, and I am taken care of. So it just feels, it's huge gratitude that he won't let go of you ever.
Absolutely.
Right? No matter what you do, no matter, human beings have done so much atrocities against Swamiji and his Sangha, but he's not giving up on human beings.
Absolutely. That is the ultimate compassion of the avatar. Like you said, the last line, no matter what you do, he will not give up on humanity, he will not give up on us. And the biggest blessing one can get is being initiated by the avatar. And we're all so blessed to have received that initiation. And the Supreme Pontiff, even when he is not able to physically meet, is making himself available through the Divya Sharira. He easily gives our Samadhi darshans and initiations. And we are also blessed to receive that. Thank you so much, Shrikantaya, for coming today and sharing your experience. Thank you.
Nithyananda.
And next, we have Ma Sonali Gupta from San Jose, California, who is here to share her experience of Devi Parashakti. Nithyanandam Sonali Ma, thank you so much for joining us today to share your experience with us.
Nithyanandam Ma, glad to be here. I want to, there's so much to share. Like Shrikantaya was saying, one doesn't know where to start. But I'll just, I'll just begin by saying that, I feel so much gratitude for what Swamiji has, how he has opened his doors of all his ashrams for people to come and be saved during the Pralaya. And I resonate with, how Swamiji was saying in the news, we don't hear the reality. My own family is back in India, and in the street where my parents live, out of 10 houses, like seven had some sort of COVID infection. Some family member either kind of caught an infection or was somehow impacted with COVID. With Swamiji's grace, I was so worried that my parents were also there in the same street. They are thankfully kind of protected, and I already feel so grateful about that. But it's amazing, right? At this time, like no amount of wealth, no amount of contacts can save you. And my own brother-in-law, he's a very renowned doctor. He's an oncologist, and he had struggled like to really save some of his closest friends, and due to lack of beds and how the hospital system is completely paralyzed. There are no oxygen concentrators, and there's no way, like he hasn't been able to save the life of some of his very critical patients who were like cancer patients who could not survive, and that was just because he could not get the oxygen concentrators to them on time, right? Like right now, no matter who you are and where you are, it's just like the Pralaya is just like you cannot, there's no way you can be saved unless you have like that grace of Swamiji. And he's doing all of these physical things, and then he's doing darshans. There's just no stone unturned that he's left to kind of help humanity and protect them from the Pralaya. So that's something that's been very hard. Like really melts my heart when I kind of think about how he has opened doors of all his ashrams and always thinking of taking care of people. That's one, Ma. And then secondly, I think during all these Devi darshans, like there's so many clicks that I've had. It's beautiful. Like there's no boon that I could think of asking and Devi has not answered, right? It's been amazing, like with so many different clicks. I think one important click I had, and many people ask you, and they've also asked And Devi has answered in many different ways that how do you get your question answered, and how do you make sure that your question gets answered. And I think one click I've had during this time, out of many different clicks that I want to share, is I think when Swamiji had said in a couple of satsangs that when divine or guru is just a utility value for you, that's you have to shift your space from divine being just a utility value, and it really clicked, right? I think like some point when you ask yourself, like, we go and ask for boons, for health, wealth, relationships, all these things, but at the end of the day, when you start thinking that you want, like, in whatever way or in whatever form you connect with guru, whether it's in the form of guru or Devi or or Paramashiva, what is it that you really want? Do you want Paramashiva himself, or do you want wealth first? Or mind is very cunning. You always think, once I have wealth, I can contribute. Once I have good health, I can help. Once I have relationship, I'll feel complete. But I think when your space really shifts from that, all of this is less important, and the most important priority is I want divine himself, right? I think that's when the connection really deepens, and that's been like a very important click I wanted to share with everyone, Ma.
Beautiful, Ma Sonali. I know, like, so many of us have this question, how do I get my question answered, and how do I receive the blessings, which is exactly what you answered today. And is there anything else that you would like to share, Sonali?
Yes, Ma. Like, so Ma, I had asked several boons to Devi, right? And then Devi really answered like a lot of different questions from what is my purpose of life, ranging from what Devi said. I'll also I will be the channel to spread Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So like very, very beautiful blessings and boons. In fact, very recently I had this I was talking to my family, and I've been telling them to kind of go to KAILASA, but they live very far from there. They live in north, right? So their question was, we know we'll be protected in the ashram, but just the whole effort of kind of taking a flight, going there, and it's too risky at this time, especially when Bangalore is not a very safe place, right? So I was going through this incompletion of I don't know what the right answer is. What do I tell them? And so I asked Devi this question of saying, can you please extend protection to my family members, and just let the right completion and the right answers come to them. And Devi beautifully answered like Tathastu, I'll take care of it, and you'll not have any suffering. And that like the moment Devi said it, like I knew that I don't have to worry. Like whatever needs to happen will happen. If they need to go, they will go. If they need to be protected where they are, they will be protected. If they need to go at a later time when stage 3 starts, they will go. So somehow, like all of these answers just lead to deeper and deeper connection and deeper completion. And it's just been a beautiful journey, Ma.
Beautiful, Ma. Thank you so much, Ma Sonali, for coming and sharing your experience with all of us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma.
Yes. So next we have Ma Atmapriya Swami, who is going to join us, and along with her coming to share today is Ma Soumya Solai from Canada, who is going to be joining to share her experience.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandama. Nithyanandama Soumya, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Ma Nithyanandam.
So, Ma, yes, Ma. So, thank you for coming to the show. So, go ahead, Ma. So, what is your experience with Devi Parashakti and what she has revealed to you in the Akashic readings?
Sure, Ma. So, recently asked for blessings from Parashakti for protecting my family back in India. So, the situation is getting worse there, and we are hearing many family out, extended family out there affecting with COVID. And I had asked for blessings and protection for my family, and I was so fortunate to get blessings that Parashakti will protect my family, and also the entire family will be living in KAILASA under the feet of Parashakti. So I was so grateful to hear that. Right from that moment, it was like I'm not worried about anything like related to my family. I'm sure they will attain Vidadi, and so like previously I had that constant because we are living abroad and we are not close with them, so there is that constant fear as what will happen, and my parents are alone. There are like people around, but in like not so close. So I was kind of worried before that. Now after listening to Swamiji's like Parashakti Arulvaka, I am so grateful. And so now I know that I just have to pray. Like I do fasting. Like whenever I kind of feel a bit down, or like whenever I get doubts, I like to get back to that powerful space. I do fasting, and in that space, like I'm able to like the way I talk to them, it becomes totally different. And then I realized that whenever I like follow Swamiji's teachings and like Guru Vak, it's so amazing. So even this thing where Swamiji has said everyone to go to Bidadi, and that is the like only way to escape oneself from the pralaya. So I think so I try to tell everyone who I get a chance to talk to that like following Guru Vak is the best thing to do, because for me based on my experience, whenever even the little thing that I follow, what Swamiji said, it brings so much auspiciousness. And like whenever I miss Guru Vak, I feel like okay, I missed that. Only because of that like it's not happening. So that kind of feeling I get. So this is like a great chance for us to follow Guru Vak. And it's not just like we are getting escaping ourselves from corona. Like that's the best lifestyle that we can live. Especially like I know everybody is locked down in their homes. They're not able to go out, and the only thing they can do is like talk in phone, or like use computer or any chat,
Absolutely.
right? So I think being in such a spiritual atmosphere, like with nature, with lots of people around, without any mask, and like healthy food, everything for free. And also like everything is available. Like there is nothing that is not there, like what Swamiji is offering. So it's such a great chance for everyone to go there. And I have been to Bidadi. So if I had been in India, I would have like packed my bags by now, and I would have been there. So last year I was there in India, and I was
Okay.
thinking that if I was there now, I would have gone there.
Amazing. So, in spite of Devi precisely revealing what exactly the world is going through and how the world is melting and it is dissolving. So, what do you feel? How the Supreme Pontiff has actually opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for each and every one with deep compassion to come and take refuge there and then enjoy the presence of the Adi Kailasa. So, what do you feel about that?
It's really like no one is prepared for this pralaya, right? Like everybody is still like taking it, and they're not sure what is going to happen and what to do. And like this initiative from Kailasa and Swamiji is something unprecedented. Like nobody can do it, and nobody can even think of doing this. Like offering everything for free for any number of people and for any period of time. Like Swamiji even opened it up. Like if I can. I think someone asked if I come there and can I stay there forever, and like Parashakti immediately said, of course you can be there forever. So that kind of care and compassion, like nobody can even think of it. Only Avatar can like prepare us and like do this such a wonderful opportunity. And I think Swamiji has always been preparing the like his disciples for this. Like I came to Swamiji only recently, and even during these few years, like 2 years, I feel like whatever I have done is kind of a preparation for this. Whether it's like enriching others, so I felt that I was not really enriching others. I don't know like anybody even listen, but actually, but I am enriched now. I know why Swamiji is doing what he is doing. Like that is actually a chance for us to understand Swamiji better. And like if I am going to talk to my parents or like my friends now about Swamiji, it's going to take a while for them to like understand. But Swamiji has told us to do it long back, like during right from the Paramashivoham initial days. So now it's like easy step. Now if I'm going to talk to my parents, like they already know that I'm following Swamiji, and like everybody of my friends, they already know. Like now it's like easy task, and it's like good for them as well as for me. It makes it easier. So whatever Swamiji says, if we follow it, then we are saved. Yeah, now this is like a good thing that definitely if we follow it now, we will be so grateful that we have followed Swamiji's words. Otherwise, we are going to feel that, oh, I should have done it long before. Definitely, even for littlest of thing, I used to feel, oh, okay, so only because I missed doing it, missed Swamiji's words, I'm now having to face this. If I had followed that, then I would have been saved. So, going to Bidari, something like that, if we stick to it, definitely will be grateful. That such a beautiful place. I have no words to talk about it because every time I see a picture where I took in Bidari, it feels like I feel so peaceful, and if if I get a chance to go there again, I'll as I said, I'll definitely go there and even I was telling to my family that if I was there now, I would have gathered everyone and gone there somehow, even in spite of the lockdown somehow. So yeah, in spite of any hurdles, it's the best thing to do is go there and be right there in the space of Swamiji.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your experiences, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Nithyanandam.
Thank you, ma. Nithyanandam. Thanks for inviting.
So with that, we'll be moving on to the next segment after a short break.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nithyananda, everyone. So welcome back. So as we're getting ready for the Parashakti's live revelations of Akashic readings, we will now be entering into how to offer our deep gratitude and prayers to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti. So we'll now be understanding what is the exact way to offer gratitude to Devi Parashakti. So what is the significance of offering? So offering is giving of divine gift of pure love, devotion and oneness, and it consists of two parts. One is giving and number two is accepting. So only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. So offering is not made out of fear nor out of greed. So when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for only for enlightenment. Yes. So now we'll be entering into the Dhyana Sloka. So the Dhyana Sloka, it says, Indhuni Bhavedakara Vaghi Nayanam Syat Pankaja Varabhaya Japakshara Sarayuktam Angahima Bhushana Vichitra Vasanam Syat Tunghama Kutojjvala Manonmani Swarupam. So what does this verse translate to? So moon-like face, holding the Vedas books on hand, fire in eyes with lotus flower, gracing and blessing the hands and one hand with japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining bing crown, and her name is Manonmani. So this is from the Mula Agama, the Manonmani Dhyana. Next we have the Dhyana Sloka. Dhyaye Devim Trinatram Shashini Bhavadhanam Veda Hastam Dadanam Savye Padmam Varadama Pare Chabhayam Chakshamalam Divyai Rabharanair Vibhushitatanam Brahmadibihi Pujitam Devi Meva Manonmani Pratidinam Kamartha Dhatrim Shubham. So this verse says, I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like a moon, and holds the Vedas, the lotus, and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, and showers auspicious boons for all the actions every day. Yes. What is the significance of the divine element gold? So joining with us, we also have Nithyananda.
Yes. Gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity.
So gold is present in all scriptures, the Vedas, the Agama, Smritis, Itihasas and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which purifies our being. So in Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. So ritual feasts were offered in golden bricks. So when one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee, and gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. So kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold, and the streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. So horses and cows were dressed in gold.
The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of river of gold. Indus river was called Hiranmaya in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavardhini in Atharva Veda. Gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy. For thousands of years, it lasts forever.
So we'll now move to the first offering, the E-Hundi offering, where the verse Shastra Pramana says, Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vasya Bhaya Paha Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. So it says Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all your fears. So if there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. So it is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn, and here it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly, and the need for Devi worship becomes very stronger. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Parashakti by offering this kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during the special puja to Devi Parashakti.
The Sankalpa chanting. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. Offering the Sankalpa blesses the person offering with all the fruition of the desires and wishes he is yearning for.
Next offering is offering of Sahasranama Swarnakasu. They can offer it at the denomination of $75, $151 or $251 US. So Namak Parayana Preeta. She who likes the repetition of her various names from Lalita Sahasranama. So this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and it is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have all the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. Yes. Okay. Ma Pranapriyama, can you unmute yourself? Sorry, ma.
Oh, sorry. I bow down to the lotus Meenakshi, whose crown has the garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, whose anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like a splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is bowing down to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So you have this opportunity to offer Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with the pearl, which is available at $251, $501, and $750 US.
Yes. Next offering is the offering of Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus. You can offer it at $600 US. So the verse, it says, all the kalasas should be wound around with a suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. So there are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashivam. So almost everything in worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship, or meditating on, or the mudras and asanas used during worship involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petals. So the lotus is a divine flower. So Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. So the base of Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus. So you can offer the golden lotus in any size you wish to and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any or every adverse situations in your life.
The next offering is the Swarnamiti, which is available at $750, golden touring. You whose brightness from the tourings destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. Offer the touring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings even in most difficult times of our life.
So the next offering is the Swarna Mangika, the golden hairline jewelry. So Sudha Sarabhi Varshini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So the Mangika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened. So you can offer this Mangtika to Devi and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. So you can offer this Varna Mangtika at $750.
The next offering is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. It is an amazing lifetime opportunity to be at the feet of the Master, to worship the feet of the Master, for you to manifest anything you want as your reality. So offer Pratyaksha Pada Puja blesses the Yajaman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is available at $1,008.
So along with the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, we also have the Vastra Seva. So offering this Vastra Seva, it blesses the Yajaman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you can offer it at $1,008.
Next offering is the so here is the glimpse of all the offerings that we have. Ihundi, Sankalpa chanting, Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, Mukta Anguti, Swarna Padma Pushpam, Swarna Metti, Swarna Mangtika, Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and Vastra Seva. You can you can avail this through the registration form, and the registration form has got 3 options, which is interested in offering, need help in manifesting, need more details. So you can do an online payment through tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Next segment, which is KAILASA's multi-layer quarantine opportunity for India during COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy, and bliss. Joining with me is Ma Achalananda Swami, who is one of the administrators in Adi KAILASA. Okay, now let us see what is the world facing today. If you look at the stats, the total number of deaths due to COVID-19 has reached about 3 million lives, and the total number of confirmed cases is about 140 million. And you can see almost every place, every single place where you can find a human settlement, it is affected with COVID. And here you can see the daily new confirmed COVID-19 cases per million people. There is a rise in India since May 2021. When compared to the rest of the world, how India is coping up with this disease. Here you can say that the Indian cases rise up to 350,000 in 7 days, while the US drops to 50,000. On an average, from May 1st to 18th, it's an alarming 610,000 cases are confirmed cases of COVID in just 18 days. It is something which is completely higher than what we observe in US. The number of deaths in last 24 hours is about 4,529 deaths. And there is already a large amount of material that's been floating around saying that we are not getting the right stats. The government is underplaying the deaths. And even then, the number of deaths is about 5,000 new deaths in last 24 hours. Here you can see about 1.23 lakh deaths in 71 days, where Gujarat government claims only 4,218 people who have died out of COVID. Right. And here you can see how India is coping up with the vaccination. It's just about 10% of people who are affected, or the overall population in India is vaccinated. And even if you are vaccinated, you are prone to secondary infections. All these secondary infections such as black fungus, white fungus, and so on, every single secondary infection that we see, there are enough scientific evidence saying that because you are vaccinated, the immune system to other diseases is largely lowered, and that makes you to be prone to secondary infections like black fungus, white fungus, and so forth. And here is an article which says that because you're getting vaccinated, you are prone to the secondary infection, and the mortality rate of these fungal diseases is close to 70%. And more deadly fungal disease emerged in COVID-racked India. And the other issues, on one hand, you see only 10% of the population is vaccinated, and even the people who are vaccinated, they are prone to secondary infections that has 70% mortality rate. Now, where is the medical infrastructure of the country standing? There is actually a black market for oxygen concentrators is spraying on affluent Indians hit by COVID-19. So there are no hospitals that can provide you a basic infrastructure. People have to stand in queues, and people die right at homes because they are not able to find a hospital that can fetch you a bed with oxygen concentrator or even an ICU ward. Just before a second COVID wave hit, the ICU beds decreased by 46%. Nearly 50% ICU beds are decreased, and oxygen ones by 36%. Hospitals in India have been facing ventilators ever since the second wave of COVID infections hit the country with rampaging ferocity. The government data shows that instead of strengthening the hospitals after the first wave, the country saw a drastic fall in the health infrastructure. COVID-19 India, patients struggle at home as hospitals choke. And you can see even in Uttar Pradesh, from black fungus and white fungus, now they are finding a new secondary infection, which is yellow fungus, which is much more deadlier than the previous two strains. So we are looking at India suffering from a lack of medical infrastructure. Crores and crores of people are dying without any basic health facility. And when the first world countries closed their border during this massive global emergency, it is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it is KAILASA, who has opened its doors to all without exception. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, at this stage, when the world is melting, when the world is facing the massive global emergency, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened all his Kailasas, all the Kailasas that was established by him for the last, just by his hard work for over the last 26 years. All these Kailasas in India are open for people to protect themselves from the COVID infection. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened these Kailasa COVID care centers in India for the people to protect themselves from the COVID infection. least 6 months before, Swamiji beautifully says, at least 6 months before I became aware that multi-layer quarantine is needed to protect people. If you are in India and you want to protect your immediate family or extended family, anyone who will listen to you, get them immediately to your campuses. So, continuation of that, these are the free COVID care centers that are opened across India. Anybody who wants to protect themselves, especially you want to ensure that your livelihood and the medical infrastructure is taken care for you, and you want to feel safe at this juncture, you are all welcome to the COVID care protection centers that are opened across India. So, KAILASA rushes to help.
KAILASA rushes to help as India finds itself on the verge of the COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers have been opened across India. Various social services have been offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India. Spiritual services are being offered during the pandemic in the various adhinams across India. And over and above everything else, the tremendous spiritual guidance and support in the form of the cosmic revelations given in the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings on the global pandemic, and the elaboration of the same in the satsangs given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Yes, the home quarantine is simply not possible in India. This is from the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa, who says that it is simply not possible in India because of which the large number of deaths in Assam has been noticed. The same thing has been observed by the Maharashtra government. And here you have stats. About 41% of the houses have just a single room, which is shared by about 5 people. So if this is the case, then the home quarantine is simply not possible for the majority of Indians. The self-isolation for COVID-19 is impossible for 40% of the Indian families. The article says that 42% of Indian households were living in houses where average 3 or more people were sharing one room. So if that is the case, then the home quarantine is simply not possible in India. So the same thing has been observed by a number of dailies. Where is the... So that is the reason why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, has opened his Kailasas in India, for, where you can find large open spaces in the campus for the multi-layer quarantine. In today's segment, we are going to see how the COVID Care Center in Adi Kailasa Sarvangapeetham is prepared to ensure any medical emergency is handled, and also to ensure that every single person, every single being who's entering this Adi Kailasa COVID Care Center is medically taken care of. What is the medical preparedness that we observe in Adi Kailasa? So in Adi Kailasa, we have different multi-layered quarantine setup. So in that, we have we ensure that every single person, especially the people at the first level and second level quarantine, they're all provided with masks, disposable gloves, sanitizing spray, and face shield. And we ensure that all the health of these people who handle the front end, which is people who handle the first layer and the second layer quarantine, their health is monitored daily. If any a symptom is observed, then immediately that person will be taken separately and they'll be quarantined, and further diagnosis will be carried out. There are steamers in halls and halls of quarantine zones, proper disposal procedure for garbage, and the area where these needs to be dropped or incineration area is also been clearly marked out. So this is the pantheon of in-house medical team. So it's got people from different backgrounds, whether it is allopathy or naturopathy, or a nurse who has served in wartime, a gynecologist, dentist, MD, physician. So many people, doctors are all from different backgrounds, and all of them are here to ensure that people who is coming to COVID care centers are taken care completely. Now, we also ensure that environmental sanitation practices are completely followed, ensuring that the disinfectant is sprayed constantly on the touched surfaces of the quarantine person's room. Clean and disinfect the toilet surfaces daily with regular household bleach and the disinfectants, and ensure that the clothes and the linen used by the person separately by household detergent. Only an assigned member should be tasked with taking care of the quarantine person. Use disposable gloves when cleaning the surface or handling any solid linen of the individual. Washing of hands after removing gloves. No visitors will be allowed in the vicinity of the quarantine person. In the case of the person being quarantined becomes symptomatic, all the close contacts taking care will be home quarantine, and a follow-up of additional 15 days or till the report is furnished, they'll be quarantined.
One can see here the emergency readiness in the form of ambulances, the ICU on wheels. These ambulances are made ready with all the necessary equipment to handle emergencies. Practically, as the name says, ICU on wheels, be it all the medicines, the ventilators, the oxygen, and all this supported by the regular medical care, both preventive and the medicines required to boost immunity, the immunity booster supplements in all fields, which is allopathy, Ayurveda, Siddha, naturopathy. So one can see here the pictures of the various supporting medical care. One can see here the medical preparedness in the form of various medical equipments ranging from a basic steam inhaler unit to all the way up to an oxygen concentrator. This is just one basic preview that we are having into the massive preparedness on various levels that is happening in Adi Kailasa on the one hand, and on the other hand, a very, very sinister conspiracy is being unrolled, unleashed, and continues to be unleashed on Adi Kailasa for this very reason, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going all out to save humanity from the deadly pandemic. What is this biowar all about? Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
there are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam. Welcome back. And here we are going into a very critical component of what is happening today, which is the attack on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism just because he wants to and he is saving the whole world, India especially, from the global pandemic. What's really happening and why? We really need to understand over here, it is not just a simple attack that is happening today coincidentally. It is a massive persecution, ethnocide, genocide that has been perpetrated on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from over 2 decades. Yes, you heard it right, over 2 decades. Right from the time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has started enriching the world, first of all with his very happening on the planet Earth, more so after he entered public life, right from the time he entered public life way back in 2001 in a massive way, that is after the Leela of his Parivrajaka. The Leela of Parivrajaka meaning the living incarnation of Paramashiva, showing by his very example how an incarnation, an avatar, shows to human beings how to live life, what is Tyaga, what is life all about, what is enriching, why one needs to live Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The first phase of his life embodying the supreme spiritual practices and lifestyle, and then the second phase of his life, so to speak, where he entered the public life and enriched the whole of humanity, right from 2000 to 2010. That first phase of the mission, in which already he was being attacked in multiple ways, direct assassination attempts made on him. But in 2010 was a massive coming together of various anti-Hindu forces ranging from atheist terrorist militant forces to new Hindutva militant forces. Everybody coming together as a common, even though they did not have anything in common practically in terms of their ideology, but just coming together for the singular cause of destroying the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and exterminating him directly. So why this consistent attack? Why so much of lawfare, direct assassination attempts, literally sexual assaults made on him and his followers, his monastic disciples? Let's take a short glimpse into what really the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan, has been doing for the sake of Hindu. Why is it such a big threat to these vested interests and anti-Hindu forces? Let's take a brief glimpse into that.
Just also wanted to add, in this juncture when the whole world, especially all the first world countries are closing the borders, it is KAILASA, it is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has pulled out this huge humanitarian effort, protecting the people from the world pandemic. He has opened all his enlightenment ecosystems for the protection of people. When this amount of huge humanitarian effort is being pulled out by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at this juncture, these anti-Hindu elements, these neo-Hindutva groups have actually carried out a bio-war on his ecosystems. So this segment is going to highlight why this has happened, what has conspired, and what is the motive of these anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva groups. So like what Achala Swami was saying, let's look into what is the motive for these anti-Hindu elements. Why do they want to assassinate? Why do they want to destroy the mission that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is offering to the whole of the humanity? So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, he is the leader of 2 billion Hindus. And for the past 26 years, he has worked tirelessly, revived ancient, authentic Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Yes, so he is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvingapeetham. It is one of the ancient monasteries that the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has offered to the world, Tondai Mandala Adinam, and he is the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam. So he is a king on one hand, and he is also the pontiff, the religious pontiff for several ancient monasteries. He is the present 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasonatha Shamalapita Sarvangapitam, which is none other than the Madurai Adinam. He is the present Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akada, which is the largest apex monastic order. He is the founder of 34 Hindu temples and adinams worldwide in 6 countries, housing 3,720 deities. And he is the founder of world's largest library on Hinduism. Every single thing, every single life solution that's been provided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authentic references of Shastra Pramana. His whole mission is about reviving the authenticity of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and therefore he has founded the world's largest library in Hinduism with about 70 titles on various segments, various segments including performing arts, culture, architecture, temple, Hindu history, and society.
One really needs to understand over here, every single aspect over here that is being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is one of the core pillars of Hinduism that has been systematically destroyed over not a few decades, not a few centuries, practically across the entire almost 2000-year era. And probably if one were to go back, the seeds of those destruction were started right back then by the anti-Hindu ignorant forces. But the last almost 1000 years has witnessed this in a massive scale, first by the invading Mughal forces, and secondly by the British colonial invading forces. All of these anti-Hindu forces have done only one thing to ensure that the great civilization called Bharat and the greatest religion of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is inclusive of everything, which is completely life positive, is destroyed. First being the pillars of the temples, the second being education in the form of the Gurukul or the universities. So one needs to understand this is one of the major reasons why, even though Hindus may not have realized Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the anti-Hindu forces were very, very early on catching up with what holds in the future, given the capabilities of and the extreme commitment and tyaga of Bhagwan.
Yes, I think Marshall Swami made a very important point. It is because the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma. He is bringing out the authenticity that the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has got to offer for the whole of the humanity. All the best of the best practices, all the best of the best contributions that the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has for the whole humanity is being destroyed by these anti-Hindu forces for about 2000 years. And it is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who is bringing out the authenticity, who's reviving this Sanatana Hindu Dharma in a multifaceted way. In such a short amount of time, the contributions that he has brought out to the world, especially to the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, is impeccable, which is something which nobody can imagine. And that is the reason why these anti-Hindu elements, anti-Neo-Hindutva groups, like what was mentioned earlier in the segment, though they are all ideologically different, they all had to come together and carried out this massive persecution for decades. Now, let us look into the Sri Kailasa's Uniting Nations initiatives that has been happening through the de facto spiritual embassies globally, striving to unite all the nations in the world for global peace, eradicating poverty, religious tolerance, gender equality, women empowerment, child welfare, towards development goals, sustainable development goals, eradicating illiteracy, sustainable development for animal protection, food bank, holistic healthcare, revival of ancient heritage of Hinduism. Yes. Also reviving the science of enlightened birthing and pregnancy, the democracy and uncorrupt elections. This is one of the very important contributions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, establishing the Hindu democracy, ethical environmentalism, protection of monks, organic and sustainable agriculture, recovery of drug abuse, sexual abuse, vegetarianism, climate change, uniting nations against contemporary forms of slavery, animal rights, deforestation, ancient heritage, ancient sciences, nutritious food and hunger-free world, indigenous aboriginal nations, feminine empowerment, and gender equality. You can see that these contributions is extremely life positive. It is the best contributions that the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has got for the humanity. All of these practices are completely revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to its original authenticity as prescribed in Vedas and Agamas. Now let's look into Kailasa's food bank, which functions based on the Hindu principles of food, health, and services. With a track record of 26 years, the Kailasa's food banks operates through the de facto spiritual embassies, temple monastery complexes, which is Sarvanya Pitas, universities, schools, and food bank hubs, which is practically running in over 100 countries. For the last 26 years, this is a huge achievement from the Kailasa's food bank, and till date, it has served over 1 billion sattvic vegetarian meals to the mankind worldwide.
This is a very important statistic, so to speak, because what is one of the fundamental contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through all the Kailasas worldwide is the tremendous support in the form of free, organic, sattvic food, which has its impact in multi-levels literally. One needs to understand how not just in reducing the carbon footprint on this planet and removing the completely anti-life attitude which is engendered by a non-vegetarian lifestyle, when the Hindu lifestyle of pure sattvic vegetarian food is explained to people and people enriched with this lifestyle, one has its benefits experienced in the form of individual well-being, health, better mental health, especially one thing which is importantly needed, which is so fundamentally needed today in the face of the global pandemic. Extremely good physical health, mental health, and coexistence with nature. These are some of the stark reminders being given to us by the deadly COVID pandemic. And Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has been teaching this and implementing this in all the Kailasas for over 2 decades now. So one needs to understand that this is also one of the very many triggers for directly the seeds of terrorism which the anti-Hindu forces have been attacking Adi Kailasa ship with, because right from the first stage of the organic farming to providing organic food to one and all who seek succor and help from Adi Kailasa ship, from the guidance of Devi Parashakti and Bhagwan, this is one of the major components that they seek to eliminate because they understand the value and importance of this, especially in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes. So the next one is the contributions from Kailasa's organic culture and animal shelter, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the Hindu agriculture and animal shelters. The Kailasians worldwide is proud of its finest agriculture and animal shelters across over 100 locations that has played a key role in healing and rejuvenating the health of the earth, man, and the planet. All of this is traced back to Vedagamas. So that is the main reason why these anti-Hindu elements and the new Hindutva groups are completely again, they want to destroy and carry out this ethnocide, because what Swamiji is doing is completely scientific. He's reviving the practices as per the Agamas, revived by Paramashiva, and it's revived by the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva. And policies continue to reap the goals humanity aspires in making the world a better place to live in. One of the other things that these anti-Hindu forces and the new Hindutva groups are not able to take the fact that the woman empowerment that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed in this field is really enormous. It is one of the biggest contributions to the nations in which Kailasa operates as a de facto spiritual embassy, temple monastic complex, universities and schools. Kailasa, the greatest Hindu nation today, is 90% administered by women. This is a huge contribution in terms of women empowerment. Organizations and NGOs and de facto embassies of this level, of this scale, is being 90% administered by women, empowering and enlightening women as per the sciences revealed in Vedagamas, including duly bestowing their rights to receive the initiation into Hinduism's exceptional order, the monastic sannyas order. this is one of the greatest contributions in terms of women empowerment, where the sannyasis are being initiated, women sannyasis are being initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And these women sannyasis are empowered to contribute in all the Hindu sciences, temple rituals, Hindu medicines, Hindu science of power manifestation, Hindu biology, Hindu alchemy, Hindu physics, and Hindu cosmology and Hindu mathematics. So in every field that the Hinduism has contributed, Swamiji has empowered his monks, his female sannyasis, to be part of it and also revive it. So you can see the Vedic fire rituals for world peace being performed by the Sovereign Order of Kailasa. And you can also see where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally, directly, he is working with the peacekeepers. It is not just a guidance or an overall vision. Rather, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has directly involved. He is personally working, he is guiding and micromanaging every single step of the peacekeepers of Kailasa. These are the various meditation classes that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted to empower the students with the conscious living. This is in 2006, 2008, where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is teaching the engineering students and various school students the science of enlightenment and lifestyle. And this is in 2009, January, where the Peace March to unite people of all the religions for peace was initiated by the heads in southern India.
One can see way back in 2009, and predating that, of course, were massive initiatives for teaching people and exemplifying the all-inclusiveness of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The peacekeepers of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa walking thousands of kilometers, starting from the southern tip of India all the way up north, where people of all religions, heads of all religions, joined together, not for the sake of a competition, but for showing and shouldering each other in supporting human needs and showing to people that religion is here as completely pro-life, and it is meant to make one experience one's ultimate potential. And here one can see Bhagwan even with a fractured hand serving Annadan. This is one of the very many glimpses of his Tyaga and the accolades and appreciation received by Kailasa, by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the various contributions to humanity, spiritual conferences, meditation programs, letters of appreciation by the President of India, and his exhorting to Bhagwan to spread his so-called trademark smile to the whole world. And across the world, certificates of recognition being showered on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism across the United States by various, not only organizations, but also by various cities themselves, who in a symbolic way of inviting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism anytime to their cities to enrich their citizens. For example, over here, the keys to the city of Artesia in California awarded to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and across the Western Hemisphere in Canada, certificates of recognition, accolades being showered. Back again in the Eastern Hemisphere in India, postage stamps released to appreciate and to recognize the contributions of Kailasa, the various religious heads and organizations, including the Akhil Bharatiya Akhada Parishad, which is the head of all the akhadas, inviting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the Mahamandaleshwar. Actually, this is one of the very important contributions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because for the first time, the Kumbh Mela, which is the largest congregation of the Hindu civilization, is being taken across the globe. He has taken the glory of Kumbh Mela, which is the most ancient, largest Hindu congregation, to the whole of the world. And the Akhada Parishad, a global body of all the Akhadas, has given this, authorized the Nithyananda University to conduct Kumbh Mela festival outside of India in multiple locations. And right up to the Guinness World Record, not one but three Guinness World Records for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's exemplary contributions to the field of yoga, and also for the largest human Om symbol. All this as late as last 3-4 years, and the city of Montclair recognizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contribution to the superconscious evolution of humanity. One can see right from the day one, the contributions of Bhagwan have not only been recognized by the various political, religious, social heads, but also this, one can very evidently see why it would have provoked the anti-Hindu forces, because here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the last lamp of Hinduism, but the sure lamp of Hinduism, it is almost impossible for them to have stopped his juggernaut growth, so to speak. Hence, even though the contributions were recognized by people, and people really benefited from all the social and spiritual and religious services offered by KAILASA, that was the very same reason why these services irked the anti-Hindu forces, who have been relentlessly wanting to exterminate the last lamp of Hinduism. We'll take a short break and resume as to how this extermination, lawfare, persecution, and the ongoing bio-war on Adi Kailasa is spreading its tentacles all over and doing all its possible efforts to destroy the planet.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Priya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness. and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnation is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Welcome back. Yes, and now we'll be going into just a little flashback about a decade back into what really was done in the first massive attack on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and KAILASA. It was a very, very well-planned, thought-through conspiracy that was unleashed on a literally unsuspecting KAILASA and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As he very touchingly worded it, I never thought I had any enemies. One would think that's such an obvious truth staring in the face. Right from the time of his happening on this planet Earth, he has only lived for others. His hand has only stretched to give, never once to receive. He, as the embodiment of Tyaga, right from the time of his happening, way back in 1978, embodies nothing other than sacrifice, Tyaga, living for others, enriching, causing others reality. Why was he attacked then? And how was he attacked? 2010, 2nd March, Sun TV, the notorious television network, which is ruled by, run by, and controlled by atheistic terrorist militant forces owned by the party, the political party which professes atheism as the way of life, not only professes, but also goes to ensure that any theistic philosophy, anything related to religion, especially Hinduism, is exterminated from its very roots. Even today, as we speak, we see the effects of this, the actions of this being perpetrated across the state of Tamil Nadu, which one can see if you just Google up what are the actions being taken by this particular party. It's all over the place in terms of exterminating Hinduism, be it in the field of education, stopping the schools and closing down temples, taking over, all in the face. This exactly was the same set of actions was perpetrated in a very, very sinister way, way back in 2010, when a very so-called sensational video was fabricated around the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, trying to first do the character assassination of him so that it could pave the way for further direct assassination attempts supported by lawfare and ethnocide. Of course, the video was later proved to be false, and a judge even ordered the television station, the Sun TV, the Sun Network, to run an apology for it practically every 2 hours for a whole week, which, needless to say, was a contempt of court was made, and no such apology was published. This is in spite of the fact that the then COO, Hansraj Saxena, confessed on public television and gave a sworn affidavit to a United States court detailing the entire history and modus operandi of the blackmail and extortion that was done in the name of this fabricated video. Basically, it was a multi-pronged attack. On the one hand, a character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. On the other hand, literally sucking the blood of the whole KAILASA, which was built on the sweat and blood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, trying to destroy it, suck it through a massive extortion attempt running 200 crore Indian rupees. However, the state-owned and the controlled television channels within a few hours ensured that this television telecast was stopped, and the followers, the sannyasis and the monastic disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism captured this video recording of the telecast, and this is the only evidence that exists today of that apology.
You may actually wonder why this morphed video, but this is the signs that every anti-Hindu or a neo-Hindutva group practically followed to carry out an ethnocide. The United Nations have released a document which clearly says the signs of ethnocide. The first step is to single out the person. To single out the target or the victim is the first step carried out to perform an ethnocide. So that is exactly what they did in the case of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He is known for his huge humanitarian effort that he carried out in till 2010. So millions and millions of people were benefited. He was known for his activism, the speed at which the Sanatana Hindu Dharma was reviving, especially in the state of Tamil Nadu, where the anti-Hindu forces have practically destroyed every single piece of it. So at this stage, for them to carry out an assassination attempt or an ethnocide, they need to have a justification. What is the reason that they can create to incite hatred amongst the people? So they have to justify their assassination attempt. They have to justify the persecution that is happening to this particular ethnicity. So for that reason, they created this huge morph video and they circulated it for 14,000 hours in every single media channel, every single print media, every single newspaper for 53 days or so. Continuously, this
one can see over here, it is a very, very sinister propaganda. It is a hate propaganda, mob lynching meant to be incited through it, which was started by this Sun Network, and the politically owned New Hindutva media amplified the misinformation, the disinformation, and the massive hatred and apathy spreading to the entire country with hate speech, hate propaganda, titles like "Hang the Sin Swamis." This resulted in, first of all, the marginalization of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and this whole community that was neither able to receive fair trials from the judiciary nor sympathy or empathy of the society. We'll just take a short break and be right back.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, welcome back.
And on 26th of March 2010, the Karnataka State Police CID unlawfully sent letters to banks holding the accounts of the Public Charitable Trust of the Temple Monastery Complex of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please understand, this is going back to the theory of how the science of how the ethnocide is carried out. They want to single out this divine holiness. They want to single out the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So they started off with propagating hate speech through this mock video, and now they want to single out him from his entire community. So they attacked the Public Charitable Trust by sending unlawful letters holding the bank accounts of these public charitable trusts. And they illegally ordered them to freeze all the bank accounts. No debit transaction was allowed, making the main source of food and basic amenities for the residents of the Adinam a huge struggle. There was absolutely no food in the monastery.
one really needs to understand over here that it is a very, very designed, planned way of not only destroying the mission, the Kailasa, from an economical way, but also it is to make a statement. The anti-Hindu terrorist militant forces making a statement over here that the very survival of Kailasa, not only the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shall be under threat and shall be exterminated, but also the whole fabric of Kailasa, the economic fabric, social fabric, psychological fabric shall be attacked and destroyed.
The residents were pushed to crisis and they were forced to survive by drinking rainwater. Please understand that Kailasa's food bank, as we mentioned in the first segment of the presentation, has served 1 billion people with free organic sattvic food. But the very own residents of Kailasa were pushed to a crisis where they had to survive by drinking rainwater, which was collected underground, and living by sorting out the good grains out of the rotten ones. This was the sad state to which these anti-Hindu elements and neo-Hindutva groups pushed in such a way that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is completely singled out from his community, from millions of disciples and the Hindus. When this was appealed to the court, you'll be shocked to hear where the judge makes the mocking statement in the open court saying that if there is no food, eat air. This was a statement uttered by a judge in the open court for unlawfully freezing the bank accounts of the public charitable trust for no reason. Several residents and full-time volunteers, they had to fled the monastery complex due to starvation. Several social welfare and spiritual services of monastery had to be discontinued. This you can draw clear parallels with what happened in Bengal famine. The whole aim is to starve the people, beat them under the belt, and ensure that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is singled out so they can justify their assassination attempts.
One even knows way back then when the Bengal famine was masterminded by the colonial invading forces, it was not just to deprive the citizens of food, but it was to destroy the extremely strong spiritual fabric that held the hold of West Bengal. As Bhagavan revealed in a satsang, the whole reason why Swami Vivekananda had to come down and be so ferocious about reviving the sentiment of the people of Bengal back then was this very same thing, that it was not just an attack on the food and the availability of the same, it was meant to destroy from its very roots the trust that the people had on their culture, on spirituality, on devotion, on bhakti, on everything that Sanatana Hindu Dharma stands for. And this exactly was repeated in 2010. This time by the anti-Hindu terrorist forces which have entrenched India in all its bastions, in practically all the 4 pillars of democracy. And here is a stark example of the same.
The force that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gathered to carry out this mission was enormous. People from all different backgrounds were empowered and enriched, and to destroy their identity, the very belief for which they have happened, the very belief for which they are standing for, that was the aim for these neo-Hindutva groups and anti-Hindu militant groups, to ensure that the public charitable trust, which is supporting this entire mission, their bank accounts are frozen and people are left to starvation. And when the judge is telling that if you don't have food, eat air.
Which is absolutely illegal, because first of all, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was illegally framed in an absolutely base, practically ridiculous case, which had no victim, no complaint, nothing at all. And on top of that, a public charitable trust, as per the Indian law itself, has no owner. In spite of that, the anti-Hindu terrorist forces were successful in closing down the bank accounts of public charitable trusts, which are actually the property of the public, and to which trust the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had contributed every penny to, with not a single penny in his own bank account. There's zero bank account of Bhagwan. Everything that he earned with his own sweat and blood, every contribution of his being a personal contribution, but always going to the trust. He never even had a bank account, so to speak, not even one personal property in his name. Such is his tyaga. And in return, what he got was for his disciples, for his children, his monastic disciples, if there is no food, eat air.
Although the Indian law and customary international law and treaties unanimously declare a presumption of innocence of an accused until proven guilty. But this is the fundamental human right of anybody. So to speak, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's fundamental right, it should have been innocence until proven guilty, but it was always the other way. Though he was innocent, he was only treated as guilty, and this whole false case was used as an attempt to eliminate him, to exterminate him, to marginalize him, and carry out their vested interest to eliminate an entire community and carry out ethnocide. On 11th of June 2010, while hearing of the bail of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the High Court of Karnataka described in its order saying that the undue media influence against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism,
as the order reads, however, it is not a matter for the court to discuss since the issue was subsidized by the media by telecasting the incident, which is a fabricated video, and a question mark is created amongst the public as regard to the image of a sannyasi or Swamiji. One can see over here the order highlighted. And let's go into the Oxford Dictionary meaning of the word subsidy. To give subsidy or to subsidize means to give or contribute a sum of money to support an industry or business to keep the price of its product or service low. What the High Court observed was that the attacks and allegations on the character of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, were funded by the media, not sustained by facts or any complainant, no witness, no evidence, nothing. The media had no obligation, though, to make any true claims. It was under no declaration of any oath before any court of the country, and it was very free to retract at any time any of its claims after they did their requisite damage. It had no locus standi in the court on legal grounds, but it had a very prominent influence in negatively prejudicing not just the minds of the people at large, but the judiciary itself, as one can see from the observations of the judiciary. We have a full-blown report on the entire media hate propaganda, its effects, and practically the trial by the media, the disinformation against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. A whole report has been compiled, which is running into a massive 25,000 plus pages.
On 3rd of March 2010, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, he makes a public statement inciting hatred towards the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Adi Shaivite minority community. This was published in several newspapers and cited by several media channels. So you can see the attack is full-blown, whether it is in terms of media, which is going to media or the judiciary or the executive slate legislature, in every single wings that is going to carry out the democracy of any nation. All the wings together did a multifaceted attack on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
The Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu here, stereotyping, vilifying, denigrating Hindu monks, especially Swamis, going on to say in public, labeling them as cheats, in Tamil, imposters, brainwashers, destroyers of the life of people, swindlers of money, despicable Swamis. These are some of the so-called better translations of the cheap Tamil words used to describe Swamis, hoodwinkers who are disguising in the name of devotion, pushing the illiterate into a deep pit.
The Chief Minister declared the stand of his government on Hindu monks. My government cannot tolerate the despicable Swamis' hoodwinking acts. Please understand, here is a Chief Minister who is making a complete anti-Hindu statement. Gurus and the Swamis, they are the pillars of Hinduism. They are the ones who are bringing the whole science of enlightenment to the people and the masses. Their whole aim of this anti-Hindu, neo-Hindutva groups is to destroy the very roots of Hinduism by eliminating this Guru's disciple tradition. If they are successful in eliminating this Guru-disciple tradition, then Hinduism can never be in the face of the planet Earth. So that is their sinister motive. When Swamiji happened as an avatar, when the whole humanity is recognizing him as the avatar for them to revive the Hinduism, the sinister plan by these anti-Hindu elements is to destroy the very base, very core of the Hindu tradition, which is destroying the guru-disciple relation, guru-disciple tradition itself. So that is why he is making a remark saying that he cannot tolerate the despicable Swami's hoodwinking. Can a chief minister make such a comment about other religions, whether it is Islam or a Christian priest or a priest? No way. They can never think or attempt to make such a remark. But they have got the audacity to make such comments on the Hindu monks. What are we Hindus doing about it? Where are we heading when they have audacity to destroy the guru-disciple tradition, which is the core of any Hindu, core of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma? What are we Hindus going to do about it? This has happened from 2010 actually.
This history actually dates back. If one can see, just expand the time capsule and see the invading Mughal forces way back in the 1300s, all the way up to the 1700s. At that time, gross physical destruction of temples, as one knows, Somnath temple destroyed 17 times, and the volumes of temples that have been destroyed, not just Somnath, but the whole attack was a very gross physical one. Then comes the 1800s onwards, the colonial forces invading India, Bharat, where they destroy the second massive pillar of Hinduism, which is the universities and the education system. The Gurukuls eliminated. One can see even in the time of when Vivekananda, Swami Vivekananda, 1901, when he left the body, we were reduced to just 2,000 Gurukuls, when we had more than 2 lakh just about 20 years before that. So the entire target was to destroy the cultural fabric, the educational fabric, the very core of the Hindu society. And then the core of Hinduism, which is the guru-disciple tradition, which keeps the whole, which breathes the life into the whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma, that is being attacked today as we speak. Let's not forget, it is not an attack on an individual. It is not an attack on a spiritual leader. It is an attack on the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, the guru for the entire 2 billion Hindus who exist on planet Earth today, the living, practicing Hindus, and the only being who has the capacity to enrich and cause people to practice Hinduism from all, the people from all religions, all walks of life. As we see if we just read or watch the pictures of the people serving Kailasa, the people who are in Kailasa serving the whole world, we have people from all walks of life. Just if you saw a few slides back, the medical team that we have is a huge statement to itself. People from all countries, from all the genders, of course, males, females, and we have people from all traditions. This is the power of the last lamp of Hinduism, which the anti-Hindu forces are so hell-bent on destroying. And as we want to repeat over here that it is the story that is being created, the narrative that is being created is not just for exterminating the individual, the community, the following. It is to eliminate Hinduism itself, because as one evidently knows, once the guru-disciple tradition is destroyed, nothing else remains, because the entire Veda Agamas, which are the notes left behind by our rishis, by our enlightened masters, become useless, because there is no guru to infuse life into what they are meant to reveal to the people at large.
Actually, so to speak, the strategy of defaming a guru with some kind of a sexual assault or something without any basis, that you don't need a complainant, you don't need a victim, you can simply defame anybody with any charge. And like this, they have been continuously doing for many of the authentic Hindu gurus who wants to do something, who wants to contribute to the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. By this continuous attack on Hindu gurus, they are just destroying the Guru Sishya Sampradaya itself, which is the backbone of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. This has been the strategy that has been deployed by these anti-Hindu elements for last few decades.
Here you can see the chief minister describing the practicing Hindus who followed Swamis like the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as people who are deeply buried in ignorance, who cannot still understand, or even if understood, do not want to change. Those fickle-minded people who have fallen prey to these swamis and destroying the society.
So people, all the Hindus have become anti-social elements because they follow a guru. This is a statement made by the Chief Minister back in 2010. And what is this? What is the feeling that they are giving to Hindus now? If you are following a guru, how can you become an anti-social element? So this kind of hate speech is being spread widely in the society just to destroy the guru-disciple tradition.
The Chief Minister explained his stand on the practicing Hindus who followed gurus like the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This government won't be a mute spectator of those fickle-minded people who have fallen prey to the swamis and are destroying the society.
So this is directly, the Chief Minister is attacking the people who have followed Swamiji, that they will be punished. So in different ways, in different ways, the whole aim of these anti-Hindu elements is to single out the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. They want to eliminate him, they want to exterminate him. So they ensure that every single person, any person who showed some sympathy, who showed some kind of reverence, every single person will be targeted, and they were threatening openly all of this in the media statements.
One can see here the Chief Minister exhorting the citizens, those who really want these preachers to be eradicated should stand by and support the actions my government is taking. One can see here, this is a statement made in the state of India, the largest democracy, a supposedly secular nation. Secularism, as Bhagwan said, does not mean no religion. It means all religions are allowed to coexist. But only over here one can see that other than Hinduism, every other religion is supported, in fact protected, in the name of either minorities or otherwise. But the so-called majority religion of this country, Hinduism, is targeted outright, and there is no force of any of the four pillars of democracy coming out in support, but all of them in fact ganging up to destroy Hinduism right from its very core in front of our very eyes.
On 12th of April 2010, the parent organization of Karunanidhi, the ex-CM, he hosted a press meeting where the leader of anti-Hindu atheist terrorist, K. Veeramani, said, central and state government should take clear criminal action against them. The crores of properties they have earned through crooked means should be taken over by the government. You can see that it is just hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his community, which has only contributed to the whole of the world through various humanitarian efforts. How can this be freezed? How can openly the government is talking about looting the crores of property that is being given by the Hindus to support Hinduism? It is not the matter of seizing a property. It is a matter of seizing the sentiments of Hindus. It is a matter of seizing the mission that mission and the humanitarian efforts that is being carried out in support of Hindus. Openly, these leaders coming out and telling Hindus as anti-society elements, anti-social elements, and they will be taken and threatened to action if they follow Swamiji or follow any guru. And now they're talking about all the wealth that has been showered by Hindus to support Hinduism, that crores of property should be seized.
And one is seeing over here, one should note that the Constitution of India, which is enshrined in the principles of democracy, the right to practice one's religion is a fundamental right granted not only by the international rights, but also by the Constitution of India itself. How come such blatant statements are made by ruling forces, ruling parties, and no action is taken against them?
The fabricated video of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism became a political justification for the state government to implement and execute anti-Hindu laws and executive orders that destroyed all the Hindu temples in Tamil Nadu over the next decade. Earlier on 5th March 2010, Veeramani had given an interview where he said, in the context of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and other Hindu gurus, if you probe them, they will ultimately end their life in jail. Almost national criminals. How can you defame Hindu gurus who are supporting Sanatana Hindu Dharma, who are reviving or holding the Sanatana Hindu Dharma together. How can you make such statements telling that they are national criminals? And here is openly making a statement that he will end their life in jail. So this is the custodial deaths that he is talking about. Openly, all these statements were made in public, where the leaders who are supposed to hold together the sovereignty of the nation, who are supposed to hold the secularism and the democracy of the nation, they are coming out and talking that Hindu gurus should be put to death in the jail itself. They'll end their life in the jail itself. They are national criminals. People who follow them are anti-social elements. These are the statements that was widely spread in all the media channels, in all the media dailies, making people literally to shiver practice Hinduism. Please understand, it is not a question of these people making statements. They literally made everybody shiver to practice Hinduism. They literally destroyed the Hindu identity from the core.
In fact, as one would see, effects of this are seen by the Hindus in India and worldwide even today. People literally shivering at supporting Hindus, forget Hindu gurus, even supporting Hinduism and its practices, wanting to protect the temples, having all their dreams inside, but there is no voice, so to speak, for them. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has been the target of over 70 assassination attempts directly and over 100 assassination attempts indirectly, including custodial torture, custodial assassination attempts. Exactly what this man, this anti-Hindu element, said, Veeramani, and the anti-Hindu terrorist militant forces and their leaders said, the same way the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was attempted to be assassinated in custody. Even today, as we speak, it's been more than a decade of the false, baseless, fabricated case against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when he was framed in that. And even today, as we speak, the trial in the case has not even started because there is nothing in the case, but the case being kept alive by these anti-Hindu forces, because that is the only way they can keep the possibility open to arrest yet again the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, have him in illegal police custody and attempt to assassinate him in custody and dismiss it off as an encounter.
Following the statement of the Chief Minister the very next day, on 4th March 2010, the State Police of Tamil Nadu filed a fabricated accusations on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, charging him under the section IPC 376 rape, without mentioning anybody as a victim of rape. Please understand, there is not a single person who came and told that they are the victim of rape. Without a victim, a rape case was filed against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is completely instigated by these political elements who are anti-Hindu social elements. They have openly come and threatened that anybody who follows Hinduism, they'll be termed as anti-social elements. They'll be threatened, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be made to go through custodial death in the jail. So all of this really instigated, and then the very next day, see, after you create enough substance or enough hatred amongst the public, you literally make shiver anybody who can think for Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This whole scenario was created. Please understand that the sequence. On 2nd of March, the video gets released. On 3rd of March, this whole sentiment is being created in the society. On 4th of March, they put this false rape case, where there is no single victim who claims that they are getting, that person got raped. Without the mention of a victim of rape, they filed IPC section 376 on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
And then right from the 2nd March night, this fabricated video is spread virally across the internet, across television channels, in the print media. It starts coming from the very next day. And from the 3rd of March 2010 itself, the even open assassination attempts, like trying to burn alive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his very own quarters, in the spiritual headquarters of KAILASA, here in Adi KAILASA. All this is done blatantly, telecasted brazenly, shamelessly on national television, on various local television channels. All this made possible because of the utter shock element delivered to Hindus at large by destroying the character, the image, attempting to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and literally overnight, 50 temples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the southern state of Tamil Nadu just shut down. Not just shut down, threatened, stones thrown, attempts made to destroy them by actually putting them alight. The monks over there held by their very neck and pulled in the road. The female monks openly sexually assaulted, raped by not bystanders or so-called criminals, but by the state elements themselves.
Even Mughals, they destroyed one temple after another. But these anti-Hindu elements and the Neo-Hindutva group, they destroyed 50 temples at one go on a single day, 50 enlightenment ecosystems that were built by the sheer hard work of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. They were all destroyed at one go, just by spreading mass hate speech and singling him out. This whole anti-Hindu elements and Neo-Hindutva groups executed this whole ethnocide.
And ironically today, those are the very enlightenment spiritual ecosystems of Kailasa, which Bhagavan has opened up to the public at large, where the state is shivering under the global pandemic of COVID-19, trying to distort the figures of deaths itself, when the actual deaths are running into millions, proclaiming that it is only a few thousands who are dying and that the whole pandemic is under control, etc. When the people are able to see through the literal cheating done by the government, here, Kailasa is opening its doors of those very enlightenment ecosystems which, after being attempted to be destroyed again and again by the anti-Hindu terrorist militant forces, by the sheer hard work and tyaga of Bhagavan, have been revived today. And not just revived, they are opening the doors to the very same people who either joined in trying to destroy Kailasa or just stood as bystanders.
The ASMT Hindu deities were desecrated and burnt. Billboards and banners of ASMT Hindu deities which were hung inside or nearby ASMT temples were also set on fire throughout Tamil Nadu. Like we mentioned earlier, even Mughals, they could not execute this amount of persecution on a single day. But now the so-called anti-Hindu elements and the Neo-Hindutva groups, they're taking every single section of the democracy in their hand, whether it is state legislature or executive powers or the media power. They have everything on their hand, and they have executed this act, criminal act, brutal act of destroying 50 plus Hindu ecosystems.
As we just mentioned, on 3rd March 2010, 100 militants of these anti-Hindu terrorist elements entered the very home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, locked him up inside his very own hut and set it on fire, with him inside and his male monastic disciples, the sannyasis, inside. The state police just watching and the media just flashing brazenly this open assassination attempt. The channels further went on, continued this hate propaganda for the years to come, running, as we said, 25,000 pages of print media and terabytes of video maligning the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, just making the way for a massive extermination of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Huge violations done not only legally but also of human rights itself. As we continue into the next segment of what's happening today at the Kailasa, we take a short break and come right back. what is happening today with the Adi Kailasa ship. Let's take a look at it.
Today, the Adi Kailasa Sarvangapeetham plays one of the COVID care protection centers, which is carrying out a huge humanitarian effort to protect people from COVID pandemic, especially when the government has failed, societies have failed in providing a basic infrastructure, medical infrastructure to the people. We are here to offer every single facility. We are here to carry out this huge humanitarian effort to protect the people from COVID. When all the first world countries have closing their borders, it is Swamiji, it is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has opened the Kailasas, his Kailasas, which are persecuted for more than a decade, which he has rebuilt time and again. He has once again opened his Kailasas for the benefit of the people. But once again, the Kailasas are being attacked by these anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva groups. What are these seeds of terror, a bioweapon that's been launched on the Kailasas, especially the Adi Kailasa Sarvangapeetham, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived? So this is a recent international phenomenon where anonymous seed packages are being sent to various people all around the world, especially in USA, UK, and 3 other countries. On 31st of July 2020, the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service of US Department of Agriculture in a statement said that the main concern is that these seeds can introduce damaging pests or the diseases that could harm the US agriculture. India is also on the target list. The senior Indian government official says China has advanced scientific capabilities to do such an attack on the Indian soil too. The conspiracy was revealed in detail in one of the reports. The Adi Kailasa, the temple monastery complex, and enlightenment ecosystem is a Manu boat or a ship to save the humanity. It was created by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with utmost care and compassion to save the humanity from the ongoing COVID. It is the home to the rare and powerful energy healing center in the form of Anandalinga, a 21 feet Shivalinga erected around a herbal pond. This Anandalinga is made of 1008 Ayurvedic herbs. The herbs used in the Anandalinga are specially known for its properties of healing various diseases and supporting faster recovery from certain diseases. Now, it was established 12 years prior to 2021. During this 12 years, the Anandalinga has undergone a herbal alchemy process, maturing fully in 2021 July during the Hindu festival of Guru Purnima. Though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was forcibly driven out, exiled, and deprived of his basic citizenship as the captain of this ship and his home, Bharat, years before in 2018 itself, he left the ship, Adi Kailasa Sarvangapeetham Enlightenment Ecosystem, the last hope for India to survive the COVID-19 crisis. The anti-Hindu forces have now made the ship as one of the primary targets of this bio-warfare. The ship that is going to protect Hindus, protect the humanity from the effects of COVID, that ship is one of the primary targets of this bio-war. Anti-Hindu forces targeted Adi Kailash because of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's relentless work, relentless hard work that he put through Adi Kailash, which is protecting the humanity in India. Precisely what these demonic forces who want to depopulate the planet and capture the resources exclusively for themselves who do not want it. Now, the anti-Hindu militant forces have deployed the new war.
Sorry, just wanted to add to what Ma Pranapriya was also sharing. Actually, this, what exactly you're sharing, Ma? Like exactly to depopulate, like we can see very clearly how at least this whole thing, this whole news about this unsolicited seeds and giving it to so many.
We request you to unmute, Tattva Priya.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. And yes, hope our audio is better now. And we were just sharing, Ma Pranapriya was and Ma Nithyananda Swami, both of them were sharing a very, very, very important factor. For years, the conscious ship, the Adi Kailash, the ship in Adi Kailash that Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, built, despite of all the persecution and attack, creating a safe and an extremely conducive ambience, a pure ecosystem for people to live a peaceful, healthy and blissful life. And knowing what the future is going to behold, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had already prepared one of the best incubator, one of the best place to protect ourselves during the time of the deluge or pralaya. Even though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was driven out, literally attacked, and as we all saw, the strategic, sinister plan of the anti-Hindu elements, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism still continued to extend so many services and offerings to humanity, making himself available to be there for humanity at the time of crisis and to share these ultimate truths and sciences.
Actually, just see, even though like right now Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is offering this to the world, like this unsolicited seeds coming in and starting the bio war by giving these unsolicited, like just like Mama Pranapriya explained, it is already given in so many different countries, and this is like a plan to depopulate in mass.
Actually, all the viewers should know this fact, like Ma Pranapriya was sharing, even after the attack was directly done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and even after Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had to leave his own campus, still the attack did not stop. Knowing that Adi Kailash Sarvagnya Peetham, the Adi Kailash, the campus in India, was one of the main places, the only place where humanity can receive protection because of the way it was built and energized by the Supreme Pontiff himself. Knowing that even though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was attacked and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had to move out of the Adi Kailash campus, even after that, still Adi Kailash Sarvagnya Peetham is the primary target of the anti-Hindu elements whose vested interests are just to depopulate, just to destroy the whole ecosystem. The anti-Hindu elements continue to target Adi Kailash Sarvagnya Peetham, hell-bent on destroying the ecosystem that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism built, foreseeing what humanity is going to go through, foreseeing what lies in the future of Indians and the humanity that lives there. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism built the Adi Kailash Sarvagnya Peetham. Now, what is the bio war? What is the war that was launched in Adi Kailash Sarvagnya Peetham? Who did this? When did this happen? How did this happen? I'm sure all the viewers that are watching us now must be aware of at least 10 months ago, in many countries, top first world countries like the US, United Kingdom, and places like New Zealand, and so many other places, there were many reports of one random package landing at their doorstep. That package would be labeled as toys, as jewels, and some random label accessories. And that was what surprised many people was they would have never ordered for such a package. There will be a package named so at their doorstep. And when they open this package, it would have unsolicited seeds inside them. Unnamed, unlabeled, not knowing what they were. These are primarily targeted on the mainly on the farmers and the normal citizens. We all can see here one news article where 28 states issue warnings about residents receiving unsolicited seed packaging from China. This is from, we are quoting NBC News, and you all can see the news articles. There were so many countries, so many places that started receiving these unsolicited seeds.
Actually, we request the NTV operator to kindly project the video also that we are showing. We're actually showing this from the news channel. Yes, you all can see these seeds, like this, like how this woman is showing it to us. Like this, there have been at least 11 countries that have received this. But just to let all of you know, this news was 10 months ago. It was in the last year. In 2020, people had these seeds there that they have gotten. It was a big news all over the news. People are saying, no, don't touch those seeds. They might be dangerous. They're like, even the officials would say, please come and hand it over to the FDA. You don't need to touch them. Do not throw them away because they are extremely dangerous. They might be a potential carrier of a dangerous pathogen. Now, when that was the announcement, when that is what is being told everywhere, after 10 months, in Adi Kailaya Sarvagnya Peetham, the only place which is the conscious ship built to save humanity, how come a government stamped post with these unsolicited seeds in them comes along with a bill saying seeds with quotes coming to us?
And here, what is more ironic here is when many first world countries clearly took a strong step of warning its citizens not to accept any unsolicited seed package because it might contain potential pathogens in them, and there are many people who saw their whole land becoming infertile, etc. There are so many happenings. Actually, all our YouTube viewers, as you are watching this, if you had received unsolicited seed package at your doorstep, you can also let us know so all the viewers can see it was a big issue that happened just 10 months ago.
Actually, you all can notice the date here is July 28th, 2020. That is around that time when this news had come out. It's actually not 10 months ago. It's last year. It's already June 2021. It was last year this whole news had happened. And the whole media fell silent about it. It's like nowhere. Okay, this was like a viral news everywhere. UK, the Prime Minister announced saying, no, you have to stop it. And Canada, US, India, Japan, New Zealand. So these were the major countries in which we were having these unsolicited seeds that had come in. Everywhere this was announced, everywhere this news was told. But how come after 10 months, after 10 months, actually after a year, how come these unsolicited seeds are coming in now?
And most importantly, just so all the viewers know, the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham received an unsolicited package of seeds which was sent here by the government of one of the departments of government of India to Adi Kailash. The bill reading from the India Speed Post, which is one of the departments of the government of India.
Actually, we are not, I just want to make our stance clear. We are not against any government. We are not against any country. We are not against anyone. But just want to share with all of you, just to show you this is how atrocious, how inhumane right now we are. Actually, I'm seeing a lot of you are commenting regarding this. Yes, you are all right. Like I'm seeing Ma Kshipra Prasad Nithyananda, Ma Martha Watson, Ma Paramesha, Subbaya, a lot of people are commenting. Thank you so much for all of your participation. Really appreciating your participation in this. And actually, just want to read out Durai Satya, Nithyananda, to all the people. Thank you so much for your commenting and participation. I would just like to read out Martha Watson is saying, I remember when USA got seats like that in mail. Exactly, ma. If you remember also, Martha Watson, if you could just go back and even Google, even we had yesterday, a lot of people, viewers were sharing with us, saying how these seats put this sanitization and we'll put it and we will come and pick it up. They actually used to use the gloves. Government officials used to use the gloves and come and pick it up.
Nithyananda is also commenting. She says, this is very serious matter. Should be investigated thoroughly. It is very sinister and the criminals should be put behind bars. Ma, please understand, we also had the Adi Kailash Sarvagyapeetham administrators, Nithya Achalananda Swami and Nithya Pranapriyananda, who were sharing how these conspiracies, sinister conspiracies, time and again have been continuously happening, primarily because the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is standing as the voice for not just Hindus. Please understand, Swamiji stands as the voice for whole humanity to live, to lead a peaceful, coexisting and a blissful life. Every service of Kailasa that is extended to the humanity is unbiased. It goes to everybody, independent of their caste, creed, gender, religion, etc. Even this, the whole COVID care, the preventive and protective support, even that was extended to the whole of humanity, independent of their religion, race, gender, caste, creed, etc. And you all need to note this. Just few days after the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism opened the doors of Adi Kailasa to protect the humanity, allowing public, everybody to come in. Just a few days after that, Adi Kailasha Sarvagyapeetham was targeted. This whole unsolicited seat package was delivered. Actually, we have the Adi Kailash administrators, Nithya Achalananda Swami and Nithya Pranapriyananda, who are live in Adi Kailash and who are the ones who have seen this whole happening. Yes, Nithya Achalananda and Nithya Pranapriyananda, would you want to add how you received the package?
One can see here, for all the contributions that Bhagavan did, what he is faced with now, 11 years after that first massive attack on 2nd March 2010. This incident that took place just about a few weeks ago. A mysterious package of seeds was sent to Adi Kailash, and this was very evidently after the announcement of all the services being opened by Kailasa in the form of the Adi Kailasa ship, in the form of various social and religious and spiritual services being offered by Kailasa at the Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham spiritual enlightenment ecosystem. We received a letter from the Department of Customs, India. The letter is dated May 2021, about asking us to give the details about a seeds package that we had so-called ordered. Unaware of the sinister conspiracy that was behind it, the Adinam authorities, the administration, we wrote to the Customs Department that we are not aware of any such package because we had not ordered anything. It is ironic to have to order seeds when here we are at the Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham doing organic farming for very many years. So needless to say, there was no need to order any seeds from outside. One can see here the date, as we said, the date of arrival of that package on 2nd March 2021, 11 years after the first massive attack by the anti-Hindu terrorist militant forces. And it says over here, item received. Here it does not say the details of what it is. And the letter from the customs saying that it's a so-called seeds package. We received the letter bearing reference number CM number 506/2021, referring to a parcel containing seeds, and the tracking number is mentioned. This is the simple reply given by the administrators. But we did have a doubt that this was not a normal accidental happening. And so we did mention that not only we are not in a position to provide any details about this package because we did not order it, it also we mentioned this appears in fact to be a ploy to put us into some problem or the other. One can see here the letter by that customs department mentioning, even they mention in quotes, seeds imported through the post. So one can see over here, it seems to be an innocuous seeds package, but the subsequent news surrounding the various attempts by various vested interests to so-called spread these seeds of terrorism, which are meant to practically literally spread their tentacles across the farms of the places where they are targeted. In one way, it is to destroy the ecosystem physically. But in the case of Adi KAILASA being the very ship to save humanity from the COVID-19 pandemic, it was not just a simple attempt to destroy the physical ecosystem. It is an attempt to destroy the enlightenment spiritual ecosystem, the doors of which have been opened by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism now to everyone, to the public at large, so as to save themselves from the global pandemic and the deaths that have been happening today in the millions.
So you can see the whole ulterior motive behind these forces is to depopulate and carry out the genocide. Hunger and food insecurity, whatever they have been attempting on the community of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism back in 2010, widespread illness. So we are the community of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We are the ones who are actually protecting the people from COVID. So for such a community which is actually working towards the health consciousness, this bio war is attempted to cause the illness, depopulation, and food and hunger insecurity issues. We've gone through this. The main motive behind such deadly genocidal attempts on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his community is to create a large-scale disruption to the humanitarian services that is spearheaded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through KAILASA to combat COVID-19 by launching the biowar. Unknown diseases which no medical or agricultural authority can handle are being inflicted into this community. So the whole aim of this anti-Hindu elements and neo-Hindutva groups is to ensure that the mass humanitarian services that is being spearheaded by Swamiji in the form of the COVID protection centers has to be disrupted. So that is their ultimate motive, and that is what they are doing through launching this biowar on the Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham. Oh, Hindus, you must understand that this biowar is not on a community. This biowar is on all the Hindus. All the Hindus, whoever wants to be protected from COVID, these COVID care protection centers are established, and so many hundreds and thousands of people are visiting these COVID care protection centers to seek refuge and protect their health, protect their life from COVID. Now, this humanitarian effort is being disrupted by these anti-Hindu elements and neo-Hindutva groups, and it is time for us we Hindus need to raise up to the occasion to show our solidarity. We need to show we stand together and we will fight these anti-Hindu elements by being more and more aggressive in our humanitarian efforts. We need to enrich more and more people who can get benefited through these humanitarian efforts. Because for Hindus, we do not know the concept of conflict. We only contribute. That is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taught us. That is what he's been living. So at this time, all we need to do is show our solidarity, reach out, enrich more and more people for them to get protected through these COVID care protection centers.
Actually, Ma, Pranapriya, I just have one question to ask both of you. Now, when Swamiji is doing such, like so much of an effort where something that is unimaginable for any human being, it's something unperceivable. Like, for example, opening all the doors of his homes in India for the people to come and live, like where not even a single penny is taken, free food in best, organic food is given, free accommodation is given, free medical service, including allopathy, homeopathy, naturopathy, Ayurveda, Siddha, all these are given. And at that time, when a bio war is launched like this, how does it feel for you as being as an administrator, being his representative there and doing this on the ground? How do you feel about it?
I think first of all, it is really sad that in the face of something that is staring into the face of humanity as death itself, literally as Devi Parashakti said, dying like rats, human lives being lost, it just hurts to the very core how somebody can be so insensitive, inhuman, demonic. We've read about this in the Puranas, in our Vedic scriptures as to how demonic, how Rakshasic tendencies can get. But to see in literally happening in front of our eyes in our lives is something that makes us feel so pained at the level to which human beings have fallen down. Literally the Yogo Nashta Parantapa which has happened and which has made the happening of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism such a critical emergency. Had he not happened when he happened in 1978, now we can understand what Bhagwan meant when he said, even if I had come one day later would have been too late for Hinduism. And before this, his various representatives, the representatives of Paramashiva who have been sent down, this time he had to come himself. Paramashiva and Parashakti together happening in the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Literally what he meant, we can see in front of our eyes so tangibly and perceptibly the level to which the planet Earth is at stake. I think that's the first thing that we felt when we saw this happening, glaring in front of our eyes.
Well, actually, talking about this, we have so many YouTubers also who are commenting, YouTube viewers also who are commenting that they have also received such a package, and many of them are also commenting that they're shocked at who is behind this. What do you think? Like, so far you are explaining about the anti-Hindu elements and how the whole attack has been happening. But right now, considering, like you were sharing, that we are facing directly, we are staring at death's face in front of us. At this point of time, like enacting and making this whole sinister conspiracy happen, who do you think is behind this? And what do you think is the motive to attack the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism exactly when he's opened the doors of Adi Kailasa to protect the humanity?
Actually, do you think it's an attack on Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or is it an attack on humanity itself?
Actually, I feel it is an attack on the humanity itself, because it is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who's spearheading this movement of humanitarian services to protect life, to save life. That is the whole aim and motive for opening up all his Kailasas, to save humanity from this pandemic. When all the doors of this so-called first world countries are closing down, Swamiji has opened his doors, the only motive being pro-life, to save life. And these anti-Hindu elements or neo-Hindutva groups, whoever is behind this motive of launching a bio-war on this Adhika AK ship, which is pro-life, which is life positivity, which is protecting and saving lives from a pandemic, they are anti-humans, so to speak. It is a conspiracy that is launched against the humanity itself.
Exactly, ma'am. And actually, just had one more thing to ask. How was the situation there? Like just outside of Adi Kailash, Adi Kailash, we do see a lot of updates continuously happening in the SPHGG Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. Where we see a lot of these activities, like how the infrastructure is getting ready, and how whether the in infrastructure wise or the organic farming that's happening, or the medical services that are getting available, made available every single day. But how was it just outside the island? How's the situation there in India?
It's really pathetic because we hear tons of stories of people who knock the doors at the middle of the night, early in the morning. They just say, okay, I got to know from this, know about this opportunity from YouTube, and I've come here. So please let me in. So that's the state when people knock at the doors. And when we ask, how is the situation in your hometown? They come up with tragic stories, which we cannot even comprehend. When your loved and dear ones, especially in your families, they are struggling to gasp breath. They could not find hospitals that can accommodate them. They could not find a soul who can talk to them properly, who can heal them, understand them. They're only just asking, I already have 30 people in queue. What can I do? You just stand over there. They're not even letting the patients to come into the hospital. The only response they're giving is there are already 30 people who are going to die. You just stand in the queue and then you also die. So that is the response that they are getting from the medical infrastructure. So it is really sad to see how human beings have come down, the society has failed, and it is Swamiji, through his humanitarian efforts, he has opened all these Kailasas. Here, every single thing is being taken care. Every day, we have doctors who ensure that their well-being is taken care. They ask if they are going through any symptoms. If they have any symptoms, immediately the Ayurvedic drinks and supplements, everything is given. So they are feeling so protected. First thing that they say is, as soon as I come to Adi Kailash and breathe this very air, I feel so protected. That is the constant one-liner we hear from every single person who are here.
Sorry, so you were mentioning something about supplements. So what kind of, so every day you're telling every single day to all the people that are coming here, like thousands of people from different parts of India who are pouring in, and they want to just survive. And with that, literally just to survive, they are coming into Adi Kailash. To all of them, we are providing Ayurvedic supplements, is it?
Yes. So we are giving herbal drinks that can boost their immunity. And we also give supplements that can boost their immunity and the vitamin levels. So this is to protect themselves from COVID. So anybody who is coming to Adi Kailash, they are tested COVID negative. So the whole environment is completely protected. You can talk to people, you can engage with the community because you are so sure that every single person is healthy here.
And their immunity system is maintained and boosted because, as the current news reveals, it has now become airborne even. So here we have the multi-layer quarantine for the same reason and the multi-layered protection. As we all disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism know, this sacred space of Adi Kailasa, the energy field where Bhagavan's presence is living presence in the form of Achalamurti, Sachalamurti, Kalpataru, Kalpavriksha, everything. And we doing our part in the human realm by providing the immunity supplements, boosters, in the form of both, in the form of all fields of medicine actually, allopathy, naturopathy, siddha, allopathy, every which way all the options are given. And literally the herbs grown here in the sacred space of Adi Kailasa, where Bhagavan's feet have touched every inch of the Adinam. So the whole thing vibrating with that intense energy and life. So needless to say, people experiencing the benefits of this in all levels.
So actually all the viewers that are watching us right now, if you are from India or any other South Asian countries, you can get this service now completely free of cost. This is a call for all, a clarion call for all the people that just have the intention, I want to live. Understand, we don't want your money, we don't want your service, we don't want anything. Because all the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is focusing on is just to have you alive. Like Swamiji says, life is too precious to lose. So if you want to join here right now, just go to tinyurl.com/Kailasa care. Go and sign up now. Where if you are just interested, I want to continue my life, but I just want to stay alive. Is there a way I can protect myself? Yes, it is there. You can join us. You can sign up right now in tinyurl.com/Kailasa care.
And to all the viewers that we have that are listening to us now, the link is being scrolled just here below in the YouTube screen. You all can see here the link is being continuously put as a scroll for all of you. So please do on your see on your screen. We have the link projected here, tinyurl.com/Kailasa care. Please understand what you are listening to so far, where the administrators were sharing that how the whole preventive and protective care, the multi-layer quarantine is happening. Please listen very carefully to each and every one of you. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, out of his extreme compassion, just to make sure there is one place, at least one place where there is no vested interest other than saving your life. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, just with this one single motive, just to protect you, has opened the doors of Kailasa, and who we have are the Adi Kailash administrators who are coming live and sharing with us about this. And to everybody who are watching us now, right now, and to everybody who just joined, we are sharing to you an attack that is happening on you. Please understand,
this is not up now. This is not any attack against Hindus. It is an attack on humanity. It is an attack on you.
Everybody that are watching this, please understand, this is not something that you feel, oh, this is happening somewhere to someone. No. This attack is directly on you, on humanity. Today, if you want to live or you want to see your near and dear ones live, there has to be at least one place where it is unbiased, it is out just with the pure motive of keeping you alive. And at this point in time, to everybody that are watching and that have the single intention that I want to stay alive, this is the time for all of you. And just a small correction to all the viewers that are watching. If any of you want to keep yourself, if you want to take the step that I want to be alive in this time where everywhere it is just death that awaits you, if you have an intention to take the complete protective and preventive measures to stay alive, and you want a place that is conducive to attend to all your needs and still give you a protective preventive ambience, then the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up the Kailasas. If you want to come and experience a multi-layer quarantine, which completely enables a protective and a preventive and a healthy ambience for you to live, you all can go to kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Please visit the link kailasa.org/Kailasa care. So that is the link, and you all can go to this, and this link is also being projected for all of you on the scroll. Please go to kailasa.org/Kailasa with a single A, KAILASA, Kailasa care. And please do visit this link to register yourself so that you can experience, you can avail this only protective ambience for you during this whole time of the pandemic.
Actually, this is only specific to Indians and the people who are in South Asian countries, specifically because actually the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had actually warned, telling you, if you are staying in any other country outside, You do not need to come into India right now, because right now the situation there isn't right for anyone to come in, because right the way we are having, the way we are, the virus is spreading, the way the whole pandemic, like how Devi had said, the whole Kirimi Bojanam, that hell has come down literally. So just wanted to tell all of you, all those who are watching us right now, and people like Martha and many others who are literally wanting to fight for this. You can do that. Go to Twitter right now. Use the hashtags, hashtag Nithyananda, hashtag COVID-19, hashtag unsolicited seeds, and please post what you are burning with inside you as a tweet there on Twitter. Ma Kshipra Prasadanikananda, all of you, Ma Martha Watson, each person who feels it, no way, how dare they do something like this? How dare they do something like this to sabotage humanity? Go ahead and tweet it now, because what you are voicing matters, so that this service, at least now, let's wake up. We are sleeping. We are telling continuously as if it's an attack on Hinduism. We have to protect. No. Kindly wake up at least now. This is an attack on you. This is an attack on humanity at large. It is time now that you wake up. It is time now that you start going and voicing out, at least for yourself. It is actually, if you remember, Manitanta, like I think in last year, I remember this some time ago, Machala Swami was mentioning how this COVID-19 is now established as an airborne disease. I remember in August 2020, Swamiji had actually told in a satsang that please even close your windows if possible. Do not expose yourself even to the air, because even the air carries the virus. He said, he actually warned, telling, they may say now that it is not airborne, but I am warning all my disciples and devotees and all the people who love and sympathize and empathize with me, to not go and infect yourself. Even through air, it is possible to get infected. Swamiji had told actually much before the pandemic, even when it started as an epidemic, even before that, Swamiji had warned us, telling, do not travel anywhere right now. People were wondering, why Swamiji suddenly telling not to travel, not to travel? And many people was like, okay, because Swamiji told I will not travel. In a few days' time, it opened up as an epidemic, and very swiftly it was declared as a pandemic by the WHO. And today it's literally, it has already taken a toll over the world, and now hitting it continuously, where the modus operandi of humanity itself is shifting in a very, very high speed. So how do all of you feel about this? Kindly go to Twitter right now and tweet how you are feeling about this. I request the NTV operator to kindly project the hashtags to be used on Twitter. Hashtag Nithyananda, hashtag COVID-19, hashtag unsolicited seeds. Because this bio war that is happening on us, actually you all can use a hashtag bio war, because this is a bio war that is happening on us. This bio war has to be stopped. Otherwise, humanity will be effaced from the face of earth. It's not a joke. The asuras are literally, the demonic rakshasas are playing and destroying the world. It's in each of your hands. Each of you can make a change now. Please go ahead and register your tweet on Twitter right now. We're seeing a lot of you who are watching. Actually, really appreciate you all participating and interacting with us, because you can interact with us using either on Twitter by using these hashtags, and you can also interact with us here on the YouTube chat. Yes, I'm seeing a lot of people commenting. Okay, Ma Martha Watson is asking, is there a center open in California, USA? So right now, this multi-layered quarantine is only available in all of India, in all the centers in India. Swamiji is right now focusing there since the degree is terrible. So we can't right now like even imagine what level it's happening over there. The visuals, if you just Google the COVID death in India, you'll see very graphic, disturbing visuals, and it's really sad that humanity is suffering that. But unfortunately, this is the current state, because when Swamiji had told that about even the Padayatra, and Swamiji mentioned that only if he was allowed to do what he was doing, today this wouldn't have been the current state of India. But unfortunately, this is what the demons, the Rakshasas have done. But at least now let us wake up. At least now save your lives. This is not for any other. Just take a few minutes and you can go to the Twitter, use these hashtags, and you can communicate with us. So I'm seeing a lot of comments. Subramanian Tyagaraja has posted in the YouTube. There are big groups who are against humanity. Yes, many groups want a reduction in population, and Hindus are the easiest people to target because they only follow.
Actually, just one thing I want to tell you. It is not just Hindus. It is whole of humanity. It is humanity that is targeted continuously.
Exactly. Because just to let you know, Subramanian Tyagarajan just to let you know, you are telling about Hindus, right? Because this is not just against Hindus, because this is not something that is put in one temple or something like that. It is here what Adi Kailash, which is right now open irrespective of your religion. You can be here. In the Kailasa is open for all the people. Right now the intention is only just stay alive. If you remember, so that was the message from Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, even on such an auspicious day like Nithyananda Purnima. So we request everyone, go ahead and tweet on Twitter, and you put your whatever you are feeling on Twitter. I'm seeing a lot of people have started posting on Twitter, requesting everyone to go and put how you are feeling about it. Actually, I'm just seeing. Actually, there is even a news, there are news channels that are talking about this topic of this COVID-19, how it's affecting, and how this war is waged upon us, bio-war. Now, we have some more interesting things to share with all of you. We're going to give you a short break during which you can go and quickly post on the Twitter, registering all your feelings, how you are feeling, what you're burning with this. Go ahead, use this hashtag, and you please post it on Twitter, and we will be back after a short break. We are going to be continuing on reading out your tweets so that more and more people can be enriched and know what's actually happening. So stay tuned. We will be right back after a short break.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Welcome back, dear viewers.
Paramashivoham.
Continuously being available here, participating here, and we have something very important to share with all of you. All those who are tuning in now, I'm seeing more and more people are joining here. Just to let all of you know what exactly that we are discussing about. It is the bio war on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the bio war launched on humanity itself. As you all will be aware, we have all the Kailasas in India that are being opened with multi-layered quarantine, where it's completely providing free food, free education, free medical care, free support, accommodation, support psychologically, physically, and also giving highly safe medical supplements, Ayurvedic supplements available, like the medicines are
and
available
even the normal allopathic medicines
Exactly.
and the highest quality of the basic care that is needed in every level: naturopathy, allopathy, Ayurveda, homeopathy. All of these are made available to the people, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened the doors of Kailasa just out of the only context, just to protect the humanity, just to save humanity, save human beings at this time of the pandemic.
And actually, when this is happening, just so that humanity is alive, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is putting in so much of effort, there are demons, these demonic, militant forces that want to wipe out humanity from the face of earth, that is continuously working like in a very, very cunning way to wipe out, to depopulate humanity, to completely depopulate humanity, and so that they can have all the natural resources, everything for themselves. So depopulation of humanity is what is going on right now. And it is high time that we wake up, high time that we say that we stand together and protect ourselves.
And most important, one fact that you were sharing was this whole thing is not on a particular group. It's not just an attack on Hinduism. It is in no meaning to put it down. But the fact is, this is not the time to argue whether it was just an attack on Hinduism or no. It is not about that. This is an attack on you, me. It is an attack on humanity. It is for all of us people that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took this step, risking everything just to give a safe and a protective ambience for people at this time of the pandemic. And it is irrespective of religion, gender, caste, creed, nationality, or anything else. And please understand, what we really need to know is, by attacking the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by ensuring that there is some destruction happening to the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipitam campus, your life is being put at risk. This is with a high, there's so much of vested interest behind each and every act of these anti-Hindu elements.
Actually, just to, what amazes me the most, these unsolicited seeds are not anything recent. It is the last news is somewhere 10 months before. I was just shocked how when Swamiji is opening the doors now, these unsolicited seeds are getting sent to Adi Kailash. Wow. So this means there's a huge network behind this. It's not something simple as you think. This involves many conspirators, traitors that are even sitting. They might even be sitting inside the government. Who knows? Because the post that we received had the government stamp on it. So just think and see what level these Brahma Rakshasas have penetrated. They have infiltrated. It's not a good signal. It's not a good sign. It's time that we wake up. And we really request all of you that are here. Thank you so much, Raja Rajaya. You are continuously putting the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We do understand the prayers that you have, that you are posting continuously this Mahavakya. Don't worry, your Swamiji is there continuously protecting all of us. It's just that it's time right now that we stand together. We protect humanity. We protect what humanity has received. At least now, let us be intelligent. Let us protect ourselves. Let us save ourselves from this phase of this pandemic. Really telling each of you, do not worry. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji, our cosmic Father, is there with each and every one of us.
And even now, if you have just this one intention, I want to live, it is not late. The doors of Kailasa is open for you, welcoming you and inviting you to come to save your life. There is nothing you need to do. There is no time, talent, treasure, nothing that you need to contribute. Just come, stay alive, stay safe. With just that intention. If you want to protect your life, go to kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, and you will be able to register yourself for coming in and experiencing the safe quarantine. Go to kailasa.org/Kailasa Care.
Request everyone, you can take a few minutes, go to this link and register yourself. We highly recommend only the people who are in India already and the people who are in any of the South Asian countries to come, and all the others, we request that you actually don't enter into India right now, because this is the warning that Swamiji has given to all his devotees and disciples, because it's not going to be safe for you until this is not going to be a safe ambience for you until this entire pandemic is actually settling down. Now, thank you so much for all of you coming and participating with us. So, we are going to be continuing with the next power manifestation segment, and we will let you know the next live Akashic reading when it is going to be there. Today, we are not going to be having the live Akashic reading that will be happening. Instead, we are going to be continuing with the power manifestation session where we are going to learn how to manifest these powers, and we are going to be continuing with that segment next. Each of you, I really request, go ahead and post each of these things that you're sharing in the comments as a tweet, because those tweets are what is going to really speak volumes and actually impact the world. So go ahead and tweet. Now, with this, let us conclude this segment with the Purna Mantra and get ready to enter into the power manifestation session.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all, Nithyanandam. Stay tuned, and we will be entering into the power manifestation segment very shortly.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattamasyadilakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I've added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency, not work.
So beautiful. Bhagwan explained about the power manifestation. Science of power manifestation. Bhagwan has given it as a science to the world. Science is something repeatable and doable by each one of us. And it is again given the references from all the evidences, from all the dimension that beautifully he has mentioned. The Shastra Pramana, the Shastra scriptural evidences, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas, Apta Pramana, evidences of the Aptas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas. All of them manifested all the powers of Paramashiva, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of disciple devotees, followers all around the world manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, initiated by Bhagavan. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Again and again, Bhagavan beautifully gives us the ultimate science of power manifestation, which is possible for each one of us on planet Earth, having a superconscious breakthrough. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, the scriptural reference for the power of consciousness over matter. Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana 95, Sutra 120. Vijnana, the consciousness. Bhairava, one who experiences consciousness. And Tantra is one who is the method in which we experience consciousness beyond the mind. Let's listen to the sutra.
The bhakti happens after enlightenment, and how the social service really benefits the
Vastuni vinyasya shanaidrishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet kvachid vastuni vinyasya shanaidrishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam.
Bhagavan beautifully explains in this sutra how one can experience the consciousness as the ultimate reality. Having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, once you know an object, we know an object. For example, Bhagavan gives example who we gave it first and where we saw the rose and how we experienced the rose. All that was something we experienced as our reality. But there is something more when we drop all this identity that we carry. There's something more that we experience as the rose. And that is the consciousness which is happening as our reality, as rose in our own version. That is what Bhagavan says. If you look in, there's something that reminds you of who you are, that you remember things. That is the same thing for the rose also. Something which reminds us that rose exists, as this is a rose, this is something which has a nice smell, and this is the first time I experience, and these are the thoughts with which I experience the rose, and all the details. When we drop everything, there's something new happens in us. Bhagavan beautifully says how Ekalavya, he gave his thumb when Dronacharya simply asked it, and he gave a word to Arjuna, and Drona was such a person that he gave the signs to Arjuna that he'll be the best archer. And here he saw Ekalavya simply the manifesting the higher reality of with his thumb. When he took off his thumb, he immediately dropped his thumb, not even questioning, even though the Guru never accepted him as his own disciple. But the Guru Bhakti that he had, that we remember still, Ekalavya. Once Arjuna and the whole science, Arjuna and one more Balasans were going with Dronacharya, and he was telling about the different things, different happenings, how the water does not touch the lotus. Same way, the birds that swim, the swan, they do not get touched by the water. It does not make it wet. And all this he was describing and taking them to the far mountain. And he was telling Arjuna and all the students to go and fill in their hand the water in the hole, and who is going to do it first. Everybody tried filling it up, and by the time they go to the top of the mountain, everything is gone, and again they were doing. And they are asked not to use any other object while filling the hole. So when Arjuna was doing that, suddenly he listened to what his guru said, and he immediately took a bee's wax and applied the wax in his hand, and then took the water and filled it up first. Drona asked him what was that he used. He said, the simple listening, simple integrity to what I am. How I filled up the hole is because the stories that you told on the way, I listened to your story, how the water does not touch the lotus. And I understood that listening gave me this idea of putting the wax. That is what Bhagavan beautifully says. When you are in the listening with the Guru, something extraordinary opens up and something extraordinary happens. That is what we see in the Ekalavya story also, where he gives the thumb, but still he's the best archer. He was able to do something beyond, but since he has to be safeguarded and he has to be protected, the Guru takes off his thumb to protect him, not for any other reason. He doesn't say, okay, you win over Arjuna. That is an outer world understanding, but something deeper. The Guru's always only in the interest of the disciple, how they can be saved, how they can realize the higher reality, and how they can expand without their arrogance or ego. So removing the thumb, he lost his identity, but he kept his Guru Bhakti. That was more important for him at that point. Each of these references again and again give us that how you're integrated to your Guru's words, holding the higher cognition as your integrity to the state of Paramashiva, manifest as your reality. All the stories have one thing in common, how much you're aligned to the Paramashiva space inside you. That only reflects you as consciousness, as outside, as reality. The more you are aligned to that, more you understand you are Paramashiva, you are Parashakti. You simply manifest the higher reality and align yourself into everything that you need to do. You don't have to specifically for each one getting integrity, but simply your alignment to the highest consciousness that you are Paramashiva. That is the alignment, that is the integrity that Bhagavan is looking in you, so that he can pour himself inside you and make you manifest the superconscious space. Let's go to the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana for the power of rotation of an object, consciousness over matter. Here, beautifully, it talks about the Sudarshana Chakra and how it was blessed by Shiva to Vishnu, and that rotates, that has 108 blades, and it rotates, travels millions of yojans at a twinkling of an age. It's so powerful, and this is in Vishnu Purana, and how it was blessed for Vishnu by Shiva for manifesting the reality. Now Bhagavan himself beautifully narrates how he experienced when he was in oneness with his guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, how he was experienced the ultimate consciousness. Bhagavan beautifully narrates from Bhagavan.
Oneness strengthens your ability to radiate love. And when you become all me, you lose the ability to celebrate the devotion. Understand? This one thing I asked Arunagiri Yogeshwara when he was teaching me the Advaita. I said, everything is okay, but let me continue to retain my innocent devotion of touching, holding on to your feet when I sit next to you. Understand? Once he was trying to show me the power of oneness and Advaita, like he said that he was sitting facing north on the steps of the Kalyana Mandapam in Tiruvannamalai temple. In front of him, his Samadhi. In the side, the main deity. The right hand side, the main deity, Garbhagraha. Left hand side, the hill, Arunachaleshwara. Arunachala hill. He said, this, that all is me. Just see. When he moved the hand, I saw literally the Garbhagraha and the hill, whole thing merging into him. When he moved the hand, I saw they are back to their places. It's very easy to tell it's a delusion, but it was not, I know, because it was such powerful experience and such restful awareness. During this whole thing, I was sitting holding his one feet in the leg, saying that if I hold on to his feet, a lot of energy will come, power will come. Of course, when he showed that Advaita, the concept of energy will come, power will come has disappeared. It's completely disappeared. I just know he is one, and I am just one with him. Then I asked him only one thing. Whatever may be the experience, let me just retain my ability to have this deep love experience, love current. He laughed and said, Advaita will only strengthen the love current. Advaita only will strengthen the bhakti. Listen.
Such a beautiful experience that Bhagavan explains to us how he understood when Arunagiri Yogeshwara taught him the space of Advaita, the quantum space, the love current, completely in oneness, and how it manifested as reality for him. Just in a minute, he just forgot everything and he merged into everything as one. And simply he saw it separated and merge just happen in front of him. That put him into a different conscious state. Each of us can see how when we are in oneness, you can see the object moving, rotating on the silicon so beautifully without any of the external add on to it, just like that. How the bottle or the bottle cap, how it is moving, and it's not a slope, it's not something light object, it's a heavy object. Try doing it and then you'll understand. It's not just easy just to manifest all these greatest truth when you are in such a beautiful space of oneness. Simply you see it all happen in such a beautiful way. You can see one more, how the bottle cap was just left on its own, and you can see the surface completely flat, straight, and how it is turning around, and bit by bit it is moving around in a circle. It is going back and forward in the same direction. At least you can say one side there is a slope and it's moving. No, it is rotating. That is what we want to show you, that it is rotating completely in angles, going backward and forward, turning itself again and again. And it's not something the phone is on, that it's vibrating. Everybody just witnessing that Paramashiva presence. All these things are not just a small thing of what is there, you can move a bottle cap, big deal. No, you're moving something huge, block inside you. All these power manifestation is not something to play with such small bottle caps, but to show you the possibility of higher reality again and again. We have forgotten the science of manifesting our reality. We have gone to the life only as logic. And there is a beautiful space that you can experience by connecting to Paramashiva in the oneness space, where you can manifest your reality when you have the powerful cognition that outer world is a delusion, and the inner space, the Paramashiva space, when you align, simply the reality becomes manifestation. How it becomes? It is intelligence, the higher intelligence. That starts happening in you as reality. Let's go to the guidelines for manifesting the power. So if you have a coconut or object, any stable object is fine. If you have a cell phone, that's good. If you want to keep it on the ground, that's also fine. Why we are asking you to have a tape? So that if you're keeping it a large object on your palm, you can put a tape so that it doesn't hurt you, and it'll be very stable also. If you have a partner and you want to keep it on your partner's palm or partner's cell phone, that's also perfectly fine. However you are comfortable, you can go to that level of manifestation. Now let's go to the guidelines. If you have a camera in your phone, please record these things, especially this power. I've had many experience when they told me, I went and checked my video whether I manifested, and then I saw the object has moved and come back to the same position, but I thought it didn't move. Only when I saw the video recording, I knew it was moved. So amazing to hear those things. So don't forget to record, especially consciousness over matter. This is one of the most beautiful power that Balasans used to just go on breaking coconuts and moving all the things around in such a beautiful way. Even lifting object, they were so good at it. So don't forget to record all these moments. If you have the Kantamala and in the locket you have the Jnananjan, you can apply it in the Jnananjan in your temple and your third eye. The Jnananjan simply makes you manifest the higher reality because it has the Bhagwan's DNA and blessings of manifestation. If you do not have, that's perfectly okay. So if you have a partner, ask them to keep the palm completely flat on a flat surface so that it's not moving, and keeping the object on the palm. If the palm is, you can put tape on it, that's also fine. Or you can keep something which is very simple, and you can keep a coconut. Keep the coconut facing the top part to your side so that you can literally tell it to stand up, rotate and move. If you want to keep it on the silicone, that's also fine. You can choose to, but if you're using silicone, make sure you are switched off the silicone so that you don't have a doubt. Because of the vibration, it's moving, because we are loaded with the doubts. We are caught with doubts than authenticity. So let's move to authenticity than the doubts. Now let's go to the instruction of Paramashiva. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva, Parashakti to your third eye. Again and again, we bringing it to our third eye, we'll understand more clearly life is a manifestation. Whether you're making coffee or you're walking, just jogging, or making a financial decision for the company, it's all a manifestation. If you start living that and understand the higher reality, You are free from all the bondage and all the suffering and all the confusion. You can simply let Paramashiva run your life. That is the ultimate space. So bringing Paramashiva to your third eye, Smarnatha Mukti, Bhagavan says, remember that which remembers you. That cannot be forgotten, that cannot be remembered, but that which remembers you. Hold that cognition and simply you will manifest all the powers. And beautifully, Bhagavan has given us the unclutching, absolute unclutching from the outer world. Outer world is just a dream. The way we perceive, how we perceive during our sleep, we create the characters, the objects, the places, everything, our own world. Same way we are doing it right now also. When we wake up, we will understand that. And that's what Bhagavan is trying to wake us up into the superconscious space. And each one of us holding that now will only wake up to the reality that you want to wake up. That comes from your side. And completion, not engaged in something in the outer world, your anger, your frustration, your irritation, your impossibility, all that which you're holding on, let go. Let it be redundant, irrelevant. If it is happening in your dream, will you bother about it? By the time you get up, you would have dropped everything. And that's how have a complete completion. Everything is Paramashiva. Everything that is manifested through you as is absolute. Nothing can be taken away. Bhagavan says life has no hypocrisy. Life cannot take away anything from you. Nothing is lost. And you are the possessor of the ultimate gift, the Paramashiva, which is as powerful as 10,000 suns, Bhagavan says, much more than the nuclear force, much more than the gravitational force. Only thing we need to realize the space in us, then we'll understand the gift that Bhagavan is just showering on us. So let's hold that and have the Shakti Pada. Shakti Pada with the avatar is the ultimate gift that you can have, that Bhagavan beautifully described. If you have the love, deep connection, simply even the rock could speak to you. That is what is feeling connection. Bhagavan says you can have it with your wife, your husband, your mother, father, or the Guru himself. The ultimate that you understand, he is God and you have a deep love towards him. Simply it flowers into the Paramashiva space. That's what happens when you see anybody who you love as God, simply you become that. That is what Bhagavan again and again says, how you can experience the highest form of love as Shaktipada inside you, as the ultimate that you can manifest as your reality. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Any of the Mahavakya, even the Om that you want to chant, that's perfectly fine. But chant with a deep listening. That is what is most important. And that raises your frequency because the sound, the mantras do not have any visual or verbal. When you chant, you don't know Hrim. What do you mean by that Hrim? There is no meaning for that. So suddenly you feel a blank. Suddenly you feel that just the sound. So that is why mantras are pure form of sound. When you chant it, you become pure. That's why we ask you to chant the mantra, entangle with Bhagavan. He is in the quantum space, in deep samadhi, and you entangling in the same space, you also go into that very space. We have the mirror neurons where we learn to talk, walk, everything. Now entangling into the deepest samadhi also, we can learn that science just by being in the oneness and chanting the Mahavakya. Now let's place everything perfectly. Now let's start the recording. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Paramashiva, Parashakti in your third eye. Again and again, I am Paramashiva. Be only with Paramashiva. If you have an appointment with a president or prime minister of US, how would you sit with him? Will you be thinking of what you have to do for your children or your family or your office? You will be completely there. So bring your awareness high, alive. Become alive with Paramashiva. He is sitting next to you and making you manifest now. So hold that cognition. I am Paramashiva, Parashakti. Just remember her smile, her beautiful commands, her blessings, and hold that only in your inner space and see what could happen in your reality. Even little is enough, that Bhagavad Gita says, will bring so much of abundance of auspiciousness and the blessing of healing and manifesting all your reality. Even a little, it's going to change your whole life. So hold on to that space of oneness. Chant the Mahavakya and see the manifestation simply happening in front of you. How Parashakti is manifesting, and literally you are having the prasada of Parashakti. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya for consciousness over matter to rotate the object.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Whatever you have experienced, if you've taken a picture or video, that's wonderful. All that which is happening, that moving of the consciousness over matter on your hand or on a other's hand or on the silicon, simply you connect to it and again start experiencing the oneness. You will start experiencing more depth in the power manifestation. If you have done it on your hand, start manifesting it on others' hand. And if you're able to do 21 times, you have mastered the power of consciousness over matter. And simply you can receive a tilak, that is the trilak, your third eye, that you have manifested the powers of Paramashiva. And if you've done it on the hand, your hand, try it on others' hand. And next you can keep it on a silicon which is completely switched off, and you can try it. And simply you can see, Bhagavan has said, to the extent you can walk a coconut just like that behind you. All these siddhas. And when Bogar came and asked for water, and nobody was ready to give him water because he was looking very funny, and he simply said, okay, you Brahmins are not giving me. He took a cat and taught all 4 Vedas and made the cat received the Vedas, and then they came running and said, oh my God, you are extraordinary, sorry, and we surrender to you. And then they gave him the place to manifest all his whatever he wanted to do. And he was in such a ultimate space. They could do anything, these siddhas. They could make anybody into alive, into kayakalpa, into the higher reality, just like that. And they were so compassionate, all these siddhas, just like mother. They were making all the iron things into gold, the alchemy process. They were making great siddha medicines. How each of the medicines are taking care of our body against all these infection that is happening. All kinds of possibilities. They were able to open up. The great siddhas of India, in South India, manifested all the powers, and they took not only there, they took to China, they took to the Middle East to manifest even there and teach them the science and make sure everybody enjoys the whole science. All this was a possibility from starting as simple as consciousness over matter. They could understand that consciousness is more powerful, much more powerful than any other power that we experience, like gravitational force or electromagnetic force or nuclear soft force or nuclear strong force. Bhagavan beautifully says we are much more greater and we can live as only consciousness, and he's going to build the Vimanas and lift it just by conscious power. All these are going to happen, and it starts from here where you can start experiencing the power manifestation as simple as rolling a coconut or moving the object in rotation. The more you understand the science that you are Paramashiva, more you will understand there's something bigger reality for you to experience. And the oneness space, how the currency is so important in the outer world, the oneness space that Bhagavan described, that pure love for the higher reality, who you are. For that space, the Paramashiva space, Parashakti, how you see Parashakti, that Bhagavan is blessing and overflowing with love, holding that space inside you, in your inner space, expands your reality. Again and again, you hold yourself in the higher reality. That expands you into the higher cognition. That's all Bhagavan is making all of us understand. And that removes so many blocks. We are thinking, I'm in such a huge problem. How do I solve it? The only way all the Indians solve it is go and sit under a tree and meditate on Paramashiva. That is the way we all solved all the problems. Nothing other than Paramashiva can manifest the best reality. Nothing other than that can solve your problem easily. So hold on to the space that I am Paramashiva. Bring your awareness to your third eye that Paramashiva is manifesting through me. And chant the Mahavakya, sitting straight with your head, neck and spine. Let's have one more cycle to experience the consciousness over matter. Keep the object on the silicon or on your hand, which is very stable, and see it rotate, see it move or lift up and down, or you're feeling the Kundalini energy or feeling the heat vibration. That also clearly says you have started manifesting the powers. Bhagavan has beautifully said, whoever comes to the Kailash courtyard, I will manifest through them. So hold that powerful cognition and simply start chanting the Mahavakya intensely, sincerely. So it's simple integrity and simple obedience. Simply we will manifest the powers. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Verify that no video edit. Beautiful that you can experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Now let's go to the verification and sharing with the world. Verify authentically the video, whatever is recorded is fine. There is no external help for the moving of the object and it's completely authentic. And each of these experience wake us up to the higher reality. We are still believing that what we experience is not a dream, it is reality. Bhagavan beautifully says, because it looks longer, because every time I wake up, I come to the same reality. That doesn't satisfy to tell us which is dream and which is not. Bhagavan says, if you experience the higher superconsciousness, you'll understand nothing is lost. Nothing can be taken off. Nothing is there which can be destroyed. Nothing is there. How it exists is the different way we perceive. So if we raise ourselves to understand the higher science, then we are not caught up with all these problems and all these traumas that is happening around us. The pandemic going on, the wars going on, all that is because we have not woken up. The scariest dreams sometimes wake us up, or deep some desire, fantasy wakes us up. So that is what Bhagavan says. The fear or greed will wake us up to the reality. And simply if we are aligned to the higher science and we wake up to the higher reality, Like how we wake up from a dream in the night. When we have a scary dream, we just wake up and said, oh my God, it's a dream. That's exactly when you wake up to the quantum space, that you know that you exist and they exist as a different way the perception is. And we all exist as infinity. Nothing can be lost and nothing can be removed, and nothing, then we cannot be absolute. If I'm absolute, nothing can be removed from me. So if we understand the higher science, we will not be disturbed by what is happening, and more we will be aligned to the higher reality Paramashiva in us, who is just pouring his manifestation through us, as making us more and more comfortable with all the reality, removing all the incompletion, and manifesting our life into whatever we are going through. Simply that can be solved when we raise ourselves to the higher consciousness, forgetting that we are in more and more trouble, thinking that logic works. But logic of consciousness works much more. Bhagavan says, when you apply the Purna Mantra and see yourself how it applies in your reality, then you understand that we exist as forever. There's nothing which is lost or nothing which is gained. And the way we perceive needs to change. And that shift can happen only by Paramashiva's grace on us. So please share. Why I say all this is because you sharing your powerful cognition, your breakthroughs, and causing others reality, which is nothing but you, they are your own mirrors. Understand very clearly the Brahman, you are the consciousness, you are Paramashiva, then what exists as everything else is a reflection of you. And you are more and more causing others reality is nothing but your own reality, especially the close ones to you. When they shift in their cognition, that Paramashiva in them, that is the Paramashiva in you, which you are experiencing. That is why Bhagavan gives us very simple methods for us to experience the superconsciousness. And don't forget to drop a coin, dollar, unit of your currency in the dollar sign that you see in the YouTube chat at the end of it. Always when we go to the temple, we drop a coin and ask Bhagavan to make this Paramashiva space or any of that we are wishing to become a reality. Again and again, given all these simple tasks, we underestimate this, but simple task has a lot of meaning. We take a very, very small tablet to go to sleep, a sleeping tablet, or they just give you a drop of anesthesia only, not like a 2 liters of anesthesia for you to go into the different state so that they can do a surgery. Same way, Bhagavan is giving simple things for you to manifest your inner space, to bring Kailasha inside you, and that is possible. He has lived it, he has shown it, and he has given reference, and all of us devotees, disciples are experiencing that. So we are sharing that very space with all of you. So take a moment to share in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation, and if possible, drop a coin and make a deep wish. Bhagavan, all that I know, let me surrender to your lotus feet. All that powerful cognition, my doubts, my incompletion, everything, let me surrender to your lotus feet. And my manifestation, when I surrender everything, my cognition becomes deeper, because your lotus feet, everything, when I surrender, I do not have any identity. And more I recognize my Paramashiva space, which gives me more clarity. And make this Paramashiva space as permanent reality, my own life. Ask him in deep gratitude and earning for that space. Simply you will find it. Whenever we are searching in Google for something that we have to be very specific, then we find it. Same way, when you're earning for the higher reality inside you, instead of doubting it, instead of telling it's not there or it doesn't exist, earn for it, you will see the reality. That's how we have all found out the higher reality. And let's thank Bhagavan and thank each one of you. Without the blessing, even you and me cannot be here. With the deep earning and blessing for us to be here, let's thank Bhagavan for that also and end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much, each and every one of you. After each of the darshan and satsang, Bhagavan blesses us with a Kailash Kotiyar power manifestation session. Let's see you again in that 6 p.m. We have a Zoom session. You can join through e-Kailasha and manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Thank you, Nithyanandam.